Yeah, I'm back at the kids' table. So lucky. So lucky, huh? Yeah, this.
Is I know there was trouble with the AV equipment past years, has that been?
No.
I don't want to say okay.
But we have.
We're getting there.
Okay.
Like, it's still, we're supposed to get a new system.
Yeah, we're,
At some point.
yeah, it was crazy. We have a contract, I think, right?
Stacy?
We're under contract.
We are under contract, it's
Oh, right.
starting late June.
We have
Not
started,
really specific
I have not
dates,
recording yet, but we have.
but
But all of it's
it's-
gonna be zero.
It'll be like a 2.5 week long project. Josh knows.
And it's always, there are issues, you know, I mean, that's just the way it is. Keeps these guys.
Sometimes people are muted.
Sometimes people are muted.
Bill, you're muted.
Lots of times people can't hear us.
Eunice, you're good?
Yeah, I can hear you guys too.
They've already endorsed
You
it,
guys supposed to be off or on?
but they're busy because the legislation session's over.
Right, and it's like,
I'll go out.
Yeah, I spoke to
Yeah, those are all off.
so it's just that, we're gonna be doing a model on the team summit.
Oh, cool. Wait.
It is, but
Therefore.
And I'm like,
that.
what do she's like, we need a
Yeah,
firefighter
he's a good guy for sure.
to speak on camera, political.
Sound like that. Feels like a not dilapidated, more like
Yes.
abandoned.
Bandit.
Like you can see in the heyday, there was a lot going on there, and now it's like.
It's like light blue and,
Yeah.
and it's right by the highway, and it is for sure the ghetto of Colorado.
Yeah.
That's
great.
Are you gonna do
Yes, I hear you.
Yeah, for just for their office, it's just that we
Right.
new CPF.
Slightly smaller, so it's not.
He's like, I can't, let me call the.
They talk, it should come across the
I know
TV.
There we
he's-
go.
he's
That's
working
A huge, they're actually working on a.
No action, he's like the president.
Unmute and talk.
Bathroom
I called the president, he came in.
for like.
Test. Test.
Separate thing.
Test 1 2 test.
And
Yeah, they're.
Test.
He should be coming across the
I saw-
TV.
just
Can
because
you
we're
mute
on
it?
CPFF
TV should be on,
Now it's
everything's
on
on.
backed.
Oh, let me
I was
know.
freaked out, I was like, that's Andy's project. Yeah.
So each local has to make their own determination on this, and I was like, okay. And our president, so.
Test,
Test. Full road. Test.
One of my guys who retired out on injury, this brick, took him 4 days to be like, okay.
Yeah. Our friends have like a
Last minute.
You want to talk one more time?
Not a temporary.
Will that go away?
Yeah,
That's just
So.
production quality. He's only.
And then. Yeah, I'd like to. No.
Yeah.
Right in the backyard.
And once you kind of learn, we're like, okay, this is shit.
With the remote,
You know that.
TV remote,
We might do both.
TV does click somewhere.
Just like images of
All
themselves.
the exact same
That's
defense.
clicking the show.
Quite honest.
He knows of my calls.
Because folks are.
Remote, no, it's remote, no.
Do you want, let's try to talk.
Yeah, so it's like.
Test. And test. On off. Can you hear me?
It's a little, it's huge. Yeah, I don't know, it's PUD, it was like,
Test. Full road. Yeah, you guys can hear me?
Choosing sides.
Sound test.
You can't have.
yeah, the condos,
So much asphalt.
On the state of the
That's
world.
like not parking spaces.
I did some.
Because of that, other ties into this.
Do a series.
Back 6:45-ish. It's gonna be a unique scenario.
They don't.
So we have,
More so it's like, how do you?
we gotta like set everything back and forth.
By the way, state laws.
Then we switch to done.
And when you don't.
It's 7:45.
You know,
I'll take this.
this.
6:45.
Please understand,
This gets shut down.
find common ground
To the
with
standard.
workers,
And
state.
7:45, we gotta take this. System, roll that over.
So I'm a little tense.
So is,
I'll be here for the, right, so then 8:15.
Well, he'll start
So it's like a bunch of back and forth.
this week, so can you just?
The DAs.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Tell me about it.
I thought it was a standard setup too, but
He's, seriously, he's excited about the opportunity.
that was really for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems like he's
Everybody
got
else
a ton
talks.
of different things.
He has
So
double
I'll
different.
be on my own day
Of
at
course, yeah.
6:45.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll make up for a little bit.
Yeah, I've been to one.
It's just like,
That's good to see.
Yeah.
We unfortunately lost it.
Yeah, this
Yeah, it's working for my behavioral.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
And all yours open for one day, so drama, right?
Cause he.
And you know what the long game here is.
Yes, I do.
And I'm like, it's not that important.
That Joe lives on the street. He, I did my TED talk last year, and he was the MC who introduced me.
Try to make it happen.
What'd you do your TED talk on?
At least
How mountain communities can build economic resiliency, building their identity.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
Do you like my email?
How's that
I got it done.
working?
I didn't freak out and they
See?
No.
Internal.
Another problem, but much more minor.
Yeah.
Got it.
Talk
I
about
just-
it. I didn't talk about it while itself.
Was that?
It's like such a power play in light of
Last
some of the other regions.
Yeah, 2020.
I was very surprised. I was like, this is not good.
Traffic.
We can't apply new codes if we want to. So you're not saving us from, right, in the middle of a project? Let's show the plans back in here, mister. We need to see a bunch more sprinklers. Come on. Really?
It's in the coffee pot.
Okay, I swear to God, I'm like, what just went wrong?
She did a TED talk on that.
We're good.
It's the heating and cooling system, we just need
I
to
know
solve
she might
that
have-
little problem.
Earlier, and I thought
Oh,
so.
that's on, yeah, there was 3 students from middle school and high school.
Yeah.
All right, so we're
That's right.
15 minutes past. Oh, nice. 10, 5 minutes past. Dan's gonna be late. I haven't heard from him.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tammy, I got my sessions confused. I apologize. Yeah, okay.
So we're good.
Yeah. Perfect. There's here. Yeah. Yeah, perfect. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the May 12th work session for the Frisco Town Council. Our first item of business this morning is going to be a SRSA update with Tammy Tenoy, onboarding and refreshing current council members on matters of governmental affairs. There you go. Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, Tammy.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for having me back again. And I know some of you have heard me multiple times before, and so I appreciate especially your coming back. And Thayer, I understand you're the newly elected member on
Yes.
the council, so congratulations.
Thank you.
When did your term start?
2 weeks ago.
Okay. So far, has it been everything you dreamed of?
And more.
And more, yeah, that's wonderful. So, but congratulations to each of you who were elected or re-elected to your offices. It really is a huge service that you are doing for your communities, and occasionally appreciated, sometimes underappreciated. But you know, those of us who have worked with governing bodies know that this is a hard job, and with some unexpected dimensions, I think, at least at first. And so, you know, those are some of the things that I want to talk about tonight. And in that regard, I'm, having a little issue technically. Why is it Yeah. not? Sometimes it works
We
and
were
sometimes
there.
it doesn't, so.
Okay. Let's make sure.
Things like drinking from the fire hose.
You know? And I'm just missing a minor step. No. We got this. We were just there, I know, right?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, thank you.
What do you think? How do you just, that's good.
Just need to make sure that, oh, there. Okay.
Not this one, yeah?
Yeah, that one. That should be the screen share, yeah. Okay, and then is she able to? Yep, okay, we're back.
Good deal. Thank you. All right, anyway, I characterize this as some of the lesser known things about the elected official's job. And in this regard, I'm always reassured to have Ed next to me so that in case I get anything wrong, he can jump in and correct me. I actually have, had a pretty long career as a municipal attorney myself before I joined CIRSA full-time. First as its claims manager, general counsel, and now as its executive director. But I certainly do continue to follow all things municipal government because it's definitely in my blood. So let's see. Excellent. So again, congratulations, and this is a training resource. So in case I do say anything that is different from or at odds with the legal advice that Dad gives you, then he's always right and I'm always wrong. I do want to mention one connection that I have with the town of Frisco that I'm very, very proud of, and that is that if you scroll down to the very end of your home rule charter, you will actually see my name and signature. Because back in 1988, and that was a long time ago, I was actually the legal counsel to the Town of Frisco Home Rule Charter Commission. And I still maintain that the charter that the commission came up with is one of the best charters in this state. Anybody wish to challenge me on that? Right? It's held up pretty well.
It is held up very well.
Pound for pound, it's a great charter, partly because it's a light charter. If you look at some of the bad charters in the state, they're huge, and it's like, why do we need all that? The shorter the better, right? And so Frisco's Charter Commission really hewed closely to that philosophy, and I think that's one of the reasons why it holds up even today. So a little bit about CIRSA, just because sometimes I will come to a gathering like this, and then the only question I will get is, what is CIRSA again? So we are actually your public entity self-insurance pool. We are created by intergovernmental agreement to kind of stand in the stead of your property and liability insurance. So we provide that product by sort of pulling together the interests of 90% of municipal governments around the state, and then purchasing insurance on your behalf, and also providing associated risk management and claims services on your behalf. So we do consider ourselves to be quite a repository of experience when it comes to municipal casualty and property type issues. And one thing I do always want to mention is that from a risk management standpoint, I would say that elected governing bodies really are an integral part of the risk management function, because the example that you all set really does permeate the entire town organization. And so, whatever's happening at the top levels of the organization is reflected throughout. And so I know that this is a pretty congenial, friendly community, but you've seen, right, in other areas of the state, communities that are not so congenial, and that kind of begins at the very top. I'm not going to name any names, but there was one that appeared in the legislature this session because everybody quit, right? The entire governing body quit. And then it was like, now what do we do, right? And so that's a good example of the kind of dysfunction that, I don't know if that started at the top or worked its way up in that case, but it certainly ended up permeating the entire community to the huge detriment of everybody there. So today's topics. So these are some of the lesser known aspects of being an elected officials. So one would be consider private communications to be mostly a thing of the past. You were not just elected to be a legislator, but also to be a type of judge. Sometimes this is the most surprising thing, I think, that elected officials encounter when they newly take office. You were elected as an individual, but now you are a member of a team. Very, very critical. And then social media. It's gotten a little more complicated these days than just memes and cute kitten photos, although kitten photos are really all I'm there for. But certainly more to be looked at in terms of the complications of social media. You are operating literally and figuratively at high altitude now, so focusing on legislative versus administrative matters, and then personnel issues. You've got people to handle that, and what a great luxury that is. And then any other topics you'd like to discuss, I'm certainly open to having any of them brought up. So transparency, the idea that private communications are mostly a thing of the past, is really one of the guarantees of the Colorado Open Meetings Law that basically says the public's business needs to be done in public, and they get to scrutinize what's being done in the form of things like records, communications, emails, texts. Anything that pertains to public business is covered from a transparency standpoint by the Open Meetings Law and the Open Records Act. In terms of the Open Meetings Law, certainly a gathering like this, where there's a majority of the members here, right? So it's more than a quorum. This is a public gathering, and so it must be preceded by notice, and the public must have the opportunity to be able to be here with you. But the threshold for the application of the Open Meetings Law is actually 3. So it's not even a quorum. So 3 or more, or a quorum, whichever is less, in the case of a 7-member governing body such as yours. And then executive sessions. Do you have executive sessions from time to time?
There's one on the agenda today.
Okay, yeah, and they're kind of important from the standpoint of making sure that, premature or inappropriate disclosure of information doesn't happen in a way that could compromise the interests of the town. And so that ability is there for a very important reason. However, it is subject to scrutiny. It is subject to some public suspicion, right? And it is subject in some areas, in some communities, in some governing bodies to misuse or abuse. And so, that's a really easy way to lose the trust of the public, using executive sessions inappropriately or, in a, way where the citizens start to feel like, hey, the public's business is not truly public here. Let's see, serial meetings have become kind of a focus of litigation. So back in the old days when Thad and I were just starting, we used to have this concept where, well, if 3 is the magic number, then 2 is below that number, right? And so we could just let you guys meet, right, 2 by 2 by 2 by 2, until all 7 of you have essentially, right, 2 by 2 discussed something. Is that okay, do you think? Because it's below the threshold of 3?
I'm guessing since it's on your list, you're gonna say no.
Yeah. I would say no, at least from sort of a spirit of the Open Meetings Law standpoint, right? And I think we've had some, at least district court decisions, where it's like, yeah, we're frowning on this because it's clear that you are trying to skirt the requirements of the Open Meetings Law. So we certainly, I don't think, recommend those anymore. If 2 of you should kind of find yourselves somewhere and you want to chat about something, then that's not sort of a deliberate serial 2 by 2 meeting. So I wouldn't count that as one of those problematic types of meetings. But if you do that deliberately to skirt the requirements of the Open Meetings Law, then yeah, I think that's going to be problematic. And then one of the odd things about the open meetings law is that email is actually potentially a meeting, right? Which again, doesn't feel intuitive, but you can see how once you start hitting that reply all button, right, pretty soon it looks like a meeting is taking place, albeit not as efficiently, right, as an in-person gathering. And so, yeah, that kind of thing is problematic unless you're using emails for like strictly housekeeping purposes. So if the content of an email concerns something that you would normally discuss in a public setting, then I would say save it for that public setting. So the interesting thing about electronic communications is that they're not just covered by, of course, the open meetings law, as I just mentioned, but they're also records. And so they're covered by the Open Records Act. And so anything pertaining to public business, right, that's in one of your emails is potentially a document that can be subject to a request for disclosure. And that happens quite frequently these days. And so that's yet another reason to be very, very cautious about discussing public business in a setting other than a gathering such as this. And then, of course, there is always litigation, right? And so emails can be subject to the civil discovery process. And so at some point, you know, if you're involved in litigation, then somebody's gonna go through all your emails, right, to say, yeah, this is responsive to the discovery request, et cetera. If there's an Open Records Act request, same thing. Somebody's gotta go through all of your emails to say, yep, this is one of the documents that's been requested. Now, can you protect yourself by saying, oh, I'll just use my personal email for that stuff, and then nobody can touch it? Yeah, no, sorry, it doesn't work that way, because the critical thing is the content of the email, you know, not the email address that it came from. Now, that's not to say that you shouldn't use that as a good sorting and housekeeping method. That is to say, if you have a town email address, confine your communications that concern town matters to that. And don't, intermix the two. That way you won't have somebody rifling through your Gmail account. I would find that kind of embarrassing if somebody went through my personal email, because somebody would say, how many boots does she need to order from Amazon? Right? That would be pretty embarrassing for me. So you do want to be very, very careful in terms of your housekeeping. Next issue, you're not just a legislator, you are now a judge of sorts as well, because you are also a quasi-judicial decision maker. Let's see, Thayer, have you been involved in any quasi-judicial matters yet?
No,
No? Okay.
not that I'm aware of, at least.
All right, so they didn't issue you a black robe of the judiciary.
No.
I've always recommended that, like time to don your black robe. This is a quasi-judicial matter, but nobody has actually taken me up on that. So quasi-judicial matters, we'll get into the definition in a moment, but roughly speaking, I think your job can be divided into legislative, right, and quasi-judicial. And when it comes to quasi-judicial, there are some high stakes involved, because those are individual decisions concerning the individual property rights of individuals and businesses in your community, right? So in a community like Frisco, right, it's no exaggeration to say extremely high stakes are involved. And so that's why, Thad and I really focus a lot on the importance of being able to issue spot and say, yeah, that's quasi-judicial, I have to wear this hat, and these rules of engagement apply, versus this is legislative, and we can be a lot more like the state, well, I don't really recommend you be like the state legislature, but you know what I mean. It's a lot more freewheeling, right, when it's a purely legislative type of issue. So the number one skill, I think, to hone is be able to issue spot. And certainly, your town staff and Thad will help you identify whether any given issue is quasi-judicial or not. So legislative, right? These are probably the kinds of matters that you had in mind when you first ran for office, right? I'm gonna be a policymaker for the community. And in that regard, right, you were probably thinking that you would be listening to citizens who contact you, right, so that you can gain their input on policy matters, right, before you arrive at your own position, right? You were maybe thinking that you would be able to apply your own foreknowledge or to investigate the issues yourself, right, on a legislative matter so that you would be well informed, right, do your own research, that you would want to communicate early and often with your constituents so that you could gauge the temperature, see how they feel about any given policy issue. You might be open to lobbying one another or being lobbied by your colleagues or others, right? Legislative issue. Working in advance to create a consensus. And that's a little tricky because, the open meetings law does kick in here, but maybe you could say, hey, Councilmember so-and-so, I've got some experience with this issue. Please feel free to ask me any questions about it, right? And make yourself available as a resource. Or maybe you arrive at a particular policy issue having some strong convictions ahead of time, right? Having already sort of said, this is gonna be my position on this particular policy issue. It might even have been a campaign issue that you ran on, right? So I would say these are kind of pretty typical of the way you might have thought you would be approaching your positions, right, as elected officials. And in the legislative arena, perfectly okay, right? But when it comes to quasi-judicial matters, I would say everything I have here in red is almost like what not to do, right? Literally, what not to do can be encompassed by those things that we have just kind of described. So the rules of engagement on legislative matters, pretty intuitive, pretty easy, hard to go wrong. So on quasi-judicial matters, a whole different set of rules of engagement. And so again, you can see how, first of all, that issue spotting and putting on the right hat at the right time becomes so very important. And why is this so important? In addition to the high stakes involved, at the end of the day, whatever decision you make, right, on a quasi-judicial matter, you want it to stick, right? You want it to be upheld on appeal. And as long as you follow the right rules of engagement, it's a pretty sure bet that your decision will indeed be upheld in the event of any appeal, right? But if you don't follow those rules of engagement, then there's a good chance that you will not meet the bar, right, to have that decision be upheld. So that's another really good reason why this is so important. So again, let's make sure we're on the same page in terms of what is quasi-judicial. So typically it affects property rights. It's an individual decision involving one applicant, one property owner, one business, right? So land use development proposal would be kind of a classic quasi-judicial matter. And the decision is one that is made on the basis of specific, right, existing outside criteria. So your land use code, right, would be an example of outside specific criteria that you must apply to the evidence that you hear, right, on the record at the hearing where you are going to be, listening and then marrying up the evidence to the legal standards and arriving at, hopefully, the right decision. So that's a quasi-judicial matter. Does that make sense? Yeah. Do you have a lot of land use activity going on here?
Yes, but
Yeah.
a limited amount comes to council.
Okay.
A lot of it stops at the planning commission.
Okay, that's great that you are using your planning commission for that purpose. I've been doing some work on training with planning commissions around the state, and so much variance around the state in terms of the power, right, the delegation to planning commissions. And I think it's wonderful that you're using the planning commission to kind of help you winnow down the matters that come before you.
So
bed or Tammy, what would be some examples of things that we would see on a
The
more
liquor.
regular, liquor that was gonna bring?
It's the most
Liquor
common,
licensing.
Form of quasi-judicial action by the council is the liquor authority by 10-1, I would guess, for time. Appeals come to the council, appeals from planning commission decisions, and that is quasi-judicial, but very little comes on up anymore. There's a great deal of trust placed in the planning commission. There will be a joint work session with the planning commission right after your presentation,
Yeah.
as a matter of fact, so.
That's really awesome. I'm gonna pull your land use code and maybe say, you guys ought to be looking at this. I saw one recently where literally they had no power on anything other than making recommendations, even on things like the comprehensive plans. So, yeah, I mean, you know, I think that's a really good use of a board or commission. But you guys still hold on to the liquor license decision making?
They do, the council has been the authority since I've known.
Yeah, okay, interesting, yeah. That's another area where some communities have chosen to delegate to another body, right? The liquor authority, or sometimes even to, you know, the city clerk, so.
And there is a fair bit of delegation of administrative
Yeah.
authority to the clerk.
Good deal. So, you know, why are the rules of engagement different, right? And it's really premised on the Constitution and the requirement that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, right? So the rules of engagement are really all about due process of law, right? Notice and a fair hearing before an impartial body. Those are the essence of procedural due process in the context of, you know, the kinds of matters that come before you. And so when Thad emphasizes, when I emphasize the importance of these rules of engagement, you know, I remember it might have been a community where I was the city attorney and then Thad was, where the mayor looked at me, yes. The mayor looked at me once after I gave one of these talks and she said to me, all these rules around quasi-judicial, this is just you attorneys trying to control us. I was just like wounded, right? Control you? I wouldn't want to control you. You know, because really at the end of the day, we're trying to achieve two goals here. One is we want to protect your prerogative, right, to be able to participate in the decision making. If you show up at a quasi-judicial matter and you're like, I've already made up my mind, right? And you say that on the record, yeah, I've had that happen. Then we would be like, I'm sorry, councilman, but I don't think you can participate in the decision making, right? And so you would be shooting yourself in the foot in terms of, you know, one of the most important jobs that you were put into this position to do. So we're trying to protect your right, your responsibility to be able to participate, and then we're trying to protect that decision. The integrity of that final decision on any appeal really does depend upon, right, the whole due process thing, fair hearing, unbiased decision maker, and then marrying up evidence on the record to the actual applicable legal criteria. If those elements are present, then it's going to be a slam dunk winner, most likely, on any appeal. So we're trying to protect the integrity of your decision. So how do we make sure that you protect your prerogative as decision makers? Well, this is kind of a laundry list, but I would say number one is, you know, please don't make up your mind before the hearing, right? Or at a minimum, keep that to yourself. But, you know, if you can't look in the mirror and say, I am an unbiased decision maker, then you really should be asking yourself, should I be participating, right? It's not the right thing to do. Making statements, though, that are prejudicial, right, in terms of, you know, casting doubt on your impartiality, definitely problematic. Even things like speaking with one side or another before the hearing can make you look bad, right? Can make you look like you've been kind of converted to a partisan. And so you do want to be super cautious about letting people reach out and try to contact you before the matter is in a hearing. If you have a financial interest in a matter, then obviously you're not gonna be neutral, right? And so you wanna make sure that you disclose and that you not participate. I don't know if there's a lot of pro and con petitions in the licensing world anymore. That used to be a thing, probably not, but yeah.
Liquor licensing, you
So,
know,
yeah, in the metro
the
area.
needs of the desire of the
Yeah.
community, but I
So
don't think I've ever seen one signed by a council member.
you haven't?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, I always would scan all the pro petitions and all the con petitions on any liquor license, no matter, because every once in a while I would catch a council member. And I would be like, council member, you said you were against this license. We're gonna have to rehabilitate you on the record or something, right? Because that is problematic. And you also obviously don't wanna be a witness, right? You're the decision makers, you're the deciders, and so you don't wanna be a witness, and you don't wanna participate in a way that makes you look like a partisan or a witness, right? So if you started saying, Mayor, I've got a couple questions for clarification, and then you began to cross-examine the applicant, like they were the enemy, like they were a hostile witness, then you would kind of start to look like a partisan in the matter, right? And so you wanna make sure that however you participate, by way of things like asking questions, that you don't do so in a way that makes you look like not the impartial judge, but some other player in the matter. So one of the things that can be confusing is, when do these rules of engagement actually come into play? Because isn't it correct that stuff that ultimately may come before you on an agenda is out there in the public like long beforehand, right? And it's, there's a lot of buzz around it. And to what extent should you be following these rules of engagement if the matter hasn't actually been, slated to be on your agenda yet? This is one of those heavy-duty questions that I normally would defer to Deb. But, I think caution is a good idea here, right? If it reasonably is gonna appear before your agenda in the reasonably near future, then I would say start thinking about the rules of engagement, right? And start protecting yourself and your prerogative to participate. Do you have anything you?
I would simply add, this all seems, it is very focused on each and every council member, right? And it might occur to you, well, but I'm one of 7. And if I'm the only one who, has a procedural issue here, so what? The decision was, 7-0, and even if you get rid of my vote, so what? That's not how the court will view it, right? The court will view it as a tainted proceeding and will not be too awfully concerned that there were 6 people who, that the decision would have been the same even with active participation. I think courts will recognize that groups of people that are decision makers together give more deference to each other perhaps than they do others. And so for that reason, courts get concerned that when you have a tainted member, that tainted member may well have tainted the rest of the board in terms of the conclusion. So anyway, that's why the focus is it's one at a time, but it's because all it takes is one.
You're saying this doesn't apply federally then?
Yeah, the ethics presentation is more detailed next week.
Municipal elected officials are pretty much like the grown-ups in the room now, right? I'll just say that. You guys are the grown-ups in the room, right? And municipal government is like the level of government that still takes the Constitution very, very seriously, right? Very, very seriously. We don't overlook any part of the Constitution. We still get claims around every little part of the Constitution, right? And we still defend, we still lose cases, we still pay settlements around every little part of the Constitution. So we do continue to take it very, very seriously, and I really do thank you all for having that kind of approach to your decision making as well.
Let me just mention, this can be very hard to do too, because you know, say you have a land use item that's making its way to the planning commission, hasn't been there yet, and then when it's there, it starts to get a huge amount of public comment. There's gonna be people that are talking to you that wanna bring that up and wanna tell you what they think about it. It's okay. Sometimes you can't prevent it. You're at the grocery store and somebody is in your face about it. You just have to be aware that you can't take it under consideration.
And we'll go into more detail in a couple of weeks, and Tammy may well, but ex parte communications, those kind of communications, are not unlawful in and of themselves. They do not create the bias in and of themselves. They create a problem when they are not disclosed, right, if they happen.
Yeah.
The problem that they create is the unfairness to the other side, who doesn't have an opportunity to react to all of those things that was said to the decision maker. So earlier, Tammy mentioned I might need to rehabilitate someone, right, who had ex parte communications or expressed a bias. And that's exactly what you do for ex parte, you know, on the record, at the hearing. If there's something to be disclosed, I would generally be the one to question, say, I understand that you had a communication with people who were interested in this decision and that it was extensive, you know, or it wasn't. You know, can you make this, do you feel you can make this decision disregarding all of that information? Or if you're very concerned about it, we might even go further and say, would you please describe on the record the nature and substance of that communication so that the other side will have an opportunity to respond? So there are ways to rehabilitate ex parte communications, at least.
It's a good point.
Bias is a little harder sometimes, but especially campaign statements.
Yeah, campaign statements, I think, are another way in which you can kind of, you know, look like you're not gonna.
If you elect me over my dead body, will there ever be a new shopping center on that site?
Yep, exactly. And can that be rehabilitated? I would say yes. I would say yes.
If you didn't say it too many times and too loudly, cite too many reasons behind it, yeah, sure.
But yeah, the more you say it and the more, you know, vehement you are about it, the harder it becomes to, you know, rehabilitate you with a straight face, so.
Yeah.
And then, you know, make sure that you know what the applicable decision-making criteria are and only apply those criteria, right? Because as an elected official, you're so responsive to, right, the needs and desires of the community, but those needs and desires may not be part of the legal criteria for your decision-making, right? And I think liquor licensing is a pretty good example of that, right? The criteria are right there, right? What are they? The needs and desires of the adult inhabitants of the neighborhood and what?
Crimes of moral turpitude.
Yeah, that's
Exactly. It's mostly needs and desire.
Yeah, right? And so if you've got, you know, an opponent coming in and saying, I don't need any more competition, like, is that one of the legal criteria for your decision making? No, sorry, it's not, right? And maybe you can connect it up somehow to needs and desires in the sense that, hey, the needs and desires of the neighborhood are fully satisfied by, you know, these 10 other licensed liquor outlets already. But, you know, to say, yeah, well, I don't want more competition, right? And that's why I'm voting no. Or my classic example was a council member who just had the no button just kind of jammed onto, right? So they replied every time because she did not like liquor license establishments at all because they promoted dancing and dancing was immoral.
Wow.
And, you know, this was always then a 6-1 decision. And it was like, well, there's nothing we can do about that, right? So, but that was a thing. Let's see, I think we've talked enough about ex parte contacts, and so we won't talk about that other than, you know, maybe you can kind of create some scripts in your mind about what to say if you're confronted with somebody who wants to initiate an ex parte contact, right? So, right, this is gonna be on an upcoming agenda, and so I would ask you to please, you know, sign up and testify so all of us can hear your comments and concerns would be a good thing to kind of keep in mind. Another thing you can always do that's handy is, you know, blame the attorney. So that always works as well. So Some communities have sort of an FAQ section in their websites around quasi-judicial, because if you think this is non-intuitive, right, to a, like a newly elected council member, then think how non-intuitive this is to citizens, right? What do you mean I can't talk to you, right? So having an FAQ section around quasi-judicial, I think, can be helpful. Yeah. Governance is a team sport. Do you guys all agree with that statement? Right, at the end of the day, you have to have a majority behind your views, or your views are a non-starter. And that makes it, I think, very much of a team sport. You may have come to the council with your own list of things you want to get accomplished, but if they are not embraced by the whole, then they're going to be non-starters. Now, I don't really have a sense of this in the room, but sometimes a newly elected council member will be like, I, right? I'm a rugged individualist, and whatever I want, right, I'm gonna get it somehow. And clearly, if you go back even to kindergarten, you can see that their report cards would have said, does not play well with others. Now, are those council members likely to succeed? Not in the traditional way, at least. Maybe they can succeed in being sort of the loyal opposition, right? Or self-styled conscience. But in terms of getting their agenda to become the agenda of the body, they are not going to be successful. So your power can only be exercised through the body as a whole. Anytime you start thinking or acting in terms of I rather than we, that could become problematic because your powers are really there only as part of the body. Now, obviously, the mayor has some individual powers and responsibilities, but other than that, go through that charter and ask yourself, is there anything in there, right, other than individual responsibilities of the mayor that are reposed in an individual council member? I'll say, nope, there are not.
But just sort of to clarify, so to maybe help there, it's like if as long as it's not quasi-judicial decision, you're drinking from the fire hose and you're trying to determine what this is about. You can meet with us individually. We can all lobby our position on this, but that's it, right? It's like it's not going any further. We can lobby individually, just the two people.
You can share your perspectives, certainly, on, non-quasi-judicial matters.
Yeah. But not together. Not with three of us.
Not with three of you.
Right.
And if you were to say, I am intent on lobbying all 6 of my colleagues one at a time, so I'm just going to meet 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 until everybody, right? I'd be a little worried about that, just from an open meetings law standpoint,
right.
Not necessarily a decision-making standpoint. So, but yeah, I mean, you can say, hey, if you would like to bounce things off of me, I'm always happy to. Or if you'd like to, hear my views on how to work your way through an agenda packet of 653 pages, right? I'll give you my tips and tricks for that, right? That kind of sharing is truly awesome and I think should be encouraged. It's kind of a mentorship type of thing, and I think that's a really good thing to be able to do. But you do see some ways in which one member of the council will end up going rogue, right? Or a small group of members of the council will end up going rogue and try to steer the entire rest of the council. Sometimes it's like, well, we've got 4 anyway, so we don't care about the other 3. Is that a fair approach to a whole governing body? To say, well, there's 4 of us, so we don't care about the other 3? No,
It's not necessarily fair, but it's the way it works.
It is the way it works, but to cut 3 people out of the discussion because you can, is that kind of a breach of faith with the people? I think it kind of
Ethics.
is. Yeah, it very much is. And we have seen, right, bodies doing this and getting themselves in trouble, because they often accompany that with violations of the open meetings law, right? And so that's one of the ways in which the team sport aspect has been forgotten. Sometimes you see that one member will continue to advance his or her own agenda, right, even though it hasn't been embraced by the rest of the body, and they just become super oppositional. They become, repetitive about bringing it up over and over, and it's like, dude, you had your time. We had the vote. Let's move on until you find another, future opportunity to be able to bring this issue back up. So there's lots of ways in which you can end up breaking faith with the idea of a team sport, and I'm not going to go through all of them. Social media. Who here is on social media? It's kind of hard to avoid these days. Are you on social media though for purposes of your elected official position? No. Good.
I can't even use a cell phone. Only for reasons of campaigning.
Okay, yeah.
Was, I had a separate, page
Okay, yeah.
for my campaign, but
Yeah.
I personally, I don't engage on any issue as, as council member. Yeah.
You're saving yourself from a lot of headaches and just outbursts of anger.
Yeah.
Because, there are, members of the community who are gonna be on social media, and they're gonna say things where you're like, that's factually inaccurate, right? Should you take on the responsibility of correcting every factual inaccuracy that you see on social media? If you do, best of luck to you and your health, right?
Yeah.
It's just, it's not worthwhile. I think you can put out correct information without making it your individual responsibility to try to correct all things on social media. And people are actually, getting into trouble around it. We have paid damages on behalf of elected officials who have had, their own pages, right, that they've converted to discussions of public business. And then when they didn't like the tenor or the nature of the discussion, right, block, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then they got in trouble around it because they shouldn't have been doing that, right? And so we've paid some damages around that kind of activity. So the further you can stay away, the better off you'll be. I'm not going to talk about the case law that came out of the U.S. Supreme Court about, 2-3 years ago? Because it actually was kind of favorable to the municipal official who kind of got in trouble around doing exactly what I just said. He was blocking people that he disagreed with, right, or people he thought were stupid, right? And so it was like lose, 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 lose. He went through a whole bunch of, appeals. Cost a lot of money, right? A lot of headaches, a lot of grief. And then at the end, right, the U.S. Supreme Court was kind of nice about it and handed sort of a victory to him. But still, when you talk about years of litigation, right, years of appeals, who were the only winners in that case? The mayors, yeah, so thank you, right? He could have saved himself a lot of trouble by not having been pulled into the litigation in the first place. So even though this case, if you ever care to read it, it's Linkey versus Freed, and it actually involved a city manager, oddly enough, but the principles are the same as applied to elected officials. Now, even though if you read the decision, it's pretty favorable, it's like, why give yourself the headache in the first place? And also, even if we have that decision at the end of the day, our best practices suggestions still remain pretty conservative because we want to stay, keep you out of trouble in the first place. And also, as is true of most U.S. Supreme Court decisions, it only dealt with a very narrow band of a type of case, right? And it didn't deal with the whole other world of the other types of cases that can come back to haunt you if you use social media in a way that is, like a tool or a weapon or, weaponry kind of thing, right? Because we have state laws around, things you shouldn't be doing with social media. And the US Supreme Court decision didn't touch that. So I think if you were to ask Thad or myself, our recommendations around the use of social media did not change one bit as a result of the US Supreme Court decision.
Change the facts and you'll change that decision,
Yeah.
right? Make those facts more egregious and you'll get on a different decision.
Exactly. So the best lawsuit is one that never happens. But at a minimum, if you're gonna maintain an elected official's page, right, make sure you have a disclaimer that says, everything here is a personal opinion, not the official opinion of the town at all, right? Or some, appropriate kind of disclaimer like that. And then be super, super careful about, how you deal with people you don't agree with. It's like, well, you opened yourself up to that. And so let's just ignore that. And then your own activity on social media. It sounds like you're not active on social media. You don't go around criticizing each other on your social media pages, thank goodness. But I see a lot of that happening, right? A lot of backbiting, a lot of sort of high school, junior high type activity between elected officials, right? And I would say, how is that fostering the teamwork? I don't think it's fostering the teamwork at all. And so it's kind of counterproductive to your goals as elected officials. Legislative versus administrative matters. So where are you focusing your efforts? If you look at kind of any organization, I would say we start with ownership, right? And then governance, that's where you are. The ownership would be the voters who put you in office. Management would be your town manager and other, department head level folks. And then you have supervisors and frontline employees. Does that look like an accurate, if very basic, description of the organization? Yeah, I use this for illustrating a few points. One, time horizons. If you look at frontline employees, their time horizons are very short, right? What do we need to accomplish today? Supervisors, department heads, the manager, their time horizons are much further out, right? They're looking at the month, the year, the 5-year plan. But the governing body, your time horizon should be the furthest out of any other member of this organization. And so if the concerns that are taking up your time and your energy are what happened today, right, or even worse, what happened yesterday, then I would suggest that your time horizons may be telling you that you're operating at the wrong level within the organization. Another point that I use to illustrate this, dealings within the chain of command. So would you agree or disagree with me that looking at this org chart, nobody should be jumping up or down more than one level within the organization when dealing with others. So frontline employees should be dealing with their supervisors, right? Looking at the other side of this org chart, the governing body should be dealing with whom? Its own direct reports, right? Manager, attorney, whoever else you have as a direct report. If you're jumping down more than one level into department heads, supervisors, frontline employees, I would suggest that you are laying waste to the entire org chart. So this operates both ways in terms of jumping up or down.
And you might have a problem with the charter.
Yes, you have a beautiful charter in many regards, including that. So I think it does say.
It does.
Yeah.
It tells the council members that they are not to deal with employees of the town except through the town manager.
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously, it's protective for the town manager, but, it doesn't take too much imagination to think about the difficulties of working as a line employee for a municipality where council members can call you and tell you, what they think you should be doing tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or what you didn't do right yesterday.
Yeah.
To the point.
One caveat in terms of, employees being able to jump up or jump up more than one level, there are some protections under state law now where a public employee can say, I don't care what Tammy's rule of jumping up or down is, I'm gonna contact my elected official. And you can't stop me because there are state laws in place that say I can. And that is accurate, that is absolutely true, right? We have protections in place whereby an employee can say, you're my elected official, I'm contacting you. So then it becomes incumbent upon you as the elected official to say, what is my response gonna be, right? And so your response should not be, dude, I'm on it, right? I'm gonna carry your water on this issue. Because if you do that, then, you know, that wasn't a law that applies to you, and so it shouldn't be governing your response. Your response still should be, hey, you know, I'll mention it to Tom. And you know, let me know if somebody doesn't get back to you, right? But you should otherwise stay out of these kinds of matters. And then no redundancy. So, you know, when you look at other levels of the organization, there's a certain ability of people to be able to kind of cover or fill in for each other, right? So if somebody's on PTO or if a position is vacant, people can kind of fill in around that, and that's not a problem. There's enough cross-training within, you know, these levels of the organization that can be allowed to happen. But at your level, is there any cross-training for anybody else, right? So if you take your eyes off your responsibilities, right, if you're like vacant, right, or on PTO, or just not engaged, then nobody else can fill in and kind of say, well, they're otherwise engaged, we'll do their job for them. So it just cannot work that way at your level. And the other thing I want to mention is that, you know, having a town manager format, really, I don't want to call it a luxury. I think it's very much a necessity, right, for an organization once it reaches a certain level of sophistication and complexity. But I do think it is a resource that you pour, right, a lot into. And so it's really important to be able to treat it as the resource that it is, rather than, you know, trying to take away from it and wasting that resource. And so I would say, you know, respect the town manager format for many reasons, including that it is still, I think, the envy, right, of governments who have not attained the ability to have a town or city manager, and because it is an important and valuable resource. So we've talked enough about personnel matters and, you know, being very, very cautious about being involved in them. You know, and that's, I think, a luxury of being in an organization like this. You know that these matters, these personnel matters are being handled, and they're being handled well. There's the charter provision. No interference. I do really like the way this is, makes things clear. So, you know, you may say, well, yeah, I respect that, but you also don't always see, like, your perceived powers, right? So that you may say to yourself, well, I'm not trying to interfere at all. I'm just asking a question, right? But given sort of the perception of power that you carry, is it possible that your question for clarification may be perceived as, oh no, how high do I jump, right? And so you do want to always make sure that you manage well that perception of power as well as your actual powers. And with that, I'm going to stop and see if there are any questions, any issues that I didn't cover that you'd like to talk about?
I have one. Back when I was on council before, we used to have dinner in the chambers, you know, the town manager and the council and stuff, and talk a little bit, mostly, you know, just what's going, you know, not making decisions or trying to. Is that something that should have been happening, that, or, because I know we changed it and we don't do that anymore, so.
It wasn't a closed door. It was a sit down, and instead of bringing food back in here, they would eat in there. So no one was ever excluded, but it was not noticed as part of the meeting.
Yeah.
And oftentimes, I think conversations went beyond social matters, so yes.
We don't want to
should
talk
have been
about that
happening.
though, because we're mostly social.
But the answer is yes, and that's why we don't do it.
So yes, yeah. So it changed, or it just was kind of a gray area, or?
I think that there was too much, it was open to anybody who wanted to go back in there, just like today, right?
Yeah.
Folks who are visiting our work session can go back and get food. I think there was too much of a perception that that was closed. And we wanted to remove that perception and any claims that might arise from it. So nothing changed other than I think it started to be used too much for inappropriate conversation and not enough for socializing both with each other and whoever happened to show up to be fed. That meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly right. It imposes sort of a self-discipline kind of thing, and if you're, like kind of crossing a line there and discussing a little bit of what's on the upcoming agenda, then it starts to become, harder and harder to defend, but there's nothing wrong with breaking bread, right?
Yeah.
Amongst
No,
each other, as long as you can
it was
maintain
fine,
that
it's just the
discipline,
conversations I think started to get too business oriented, not socially enough oriented. There weren't others coming into that room anymore. It started to become an issue, I think.
So after I left, they kind of ruined it for us.
I'll share
It kind of got ruined.
Great question.
Couple town managers.
Well, I mean,
I call it the Kivy rule, is that right?
the other thing that happens is that, generally speaking, I don't have, or Thad doesn't have social relationships with you. We're your employees, so the only thing that we have to talk to you about is business. Now, in our individual meetings, we talk about more than business, but generally speaking, when it's the group, it's about business.
Yeah.
And that can become inappropriate.
Oh, and then there was the whole weird thing about the IRS saying these regular meals are benefits. Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that might have played a part into it too. It's like, well, we're gonna have to do a 1099 for these meals. Right, so I think that possibly could have had something to do with it. Great question.
And we will take a deeper dive, both on quasi judicial decision making. We'll talk in a little more detail at the next meeting about exactly what standards the courts would judge those decisions under, what they'd be looking for. And we're also gonna take a little deeper dive into ethics and particularly conflicts of interest. For next time.
All right. Well, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Great to see you guys again.
Appreciate
Thank
you coming. Enjoy Main Street tonight.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
There's not much open.
You'll have it by yourself. You'll have it to yourself.
Dinner is available in the big room if you want to grab sandwiches. I can see planning commission's already.
They're starting to filter in.
Yep, so, in the meantime, I'm gonna get this switched over.
All right.
We're gonna do a working dinner tonight.
Oh, we're doing dinner now?
Yeah, so go ahead and grab food and just bring it back, just in the interest of time, because my commissioner is on. We're good. You already have one?
Yeah.
I don't see Tammy.
She probably has the same.
Have all the old stuff?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
The same copy.
Honestly, I always keep a few extra copies of this, cause like, I know one person that was on is interested in running, so I like to. Good to see you too.
You mean I don't need 4 of these in my bag?
I wrote down with my bag and it's a little heavy.
Hey. Andy? Hey, Counselor, see? The Commissioner? I just emailed Tom.
Miss Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, yeah. We've got a template.
Yeah, without her running
Right
away.
there where
Nala-
Stacy is.
Yeah, Nala's had her time.
Hey, don't sit by Diane.
This is me.
Okay.
wasn't sure if it was available or not. I might have to squeeze a couple more chairs.
We should be.
You're right here.
Okay.
Looking for.
I see mine.
How are things, Andy?
Oh, do we have?
We stole your chair for a minute.
I'll email you too.
Robin, your sandwich should be legal.
How are you, Kelsey?
I'm good.
I think we've been making dip, but we're not.
Staying busy?
That's good there. I'm sure to have some Thanksgiving up over the summer.
This is perfect.
We have both kids home for this summer.
What's that?
Yeah.
We have both
Yeah, you have that problem, Dan.
Jacob just got home yesterday and I built Kira this weekend.
That'll be good.
Oh, so it's not moving now?
For my back, everyone back. I'm gonna go here. Slideshow tab.
I don't know, this thing is always
Oh, there we go.
swing a bit.
Yeah.
It's more
What? It says from the slideshow tab.
I think it just needs
Either in the email or.
Yosemite for me. But he finished his year.
Is he done with college?
No, he just finished his junior year. So he finished school and then he and his buddies went out to
There we go. So now,
just outside the park. And so we got the download.
yes, we can go through. Now.
Oh, yeah, they did all kinds. He's not excited, but a lot.
I think it's gonna be a rough meeting.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's.
You guys are gonna do most of the time.
Sometimes when I.
Oh, you're leading.
Yes, it's pretty hard to get around. I'm like, have you been there recently?
So I was like, where is this gonna go?
yeah.
So you still kind of drive around freely or was it
Regular meetings.
you park here and take shots?
Oh, we could drive.
He said you still can, kind of, like a lot of the parking options at the trailheads are not set anymore.
Yeah.
They all know where
Is this at Yosemite?
Oh, absolutely. So I really encourage everybody to come right there and take shuttles.
Okay. Yep, everything's lifestyle.
As long as there's enough shuttles.
Yeah.
That's
You know, I think Joe and you are gonna be like managed. Okay. Like some of that is lingering. Okay.
Although it's like 10 minutes to like
Yeah, driving.
high five, but that was like.
Driving. Just so you guys know, the room is hot, so. That's always a good thing.
Not me. Yep, I even hiked it hot, so I smell really bad.
April, can you hear us all right?
I'm running my house.
Yes, I can. Exercising and cleanliness, I feel like.
Just go calendar setting.
James, but we can share it over here.
Oh, that's your.
Yeah, is the keyboard enough?
So.
Are you down here? Is your chair good?
If we're still sorting this out.
We're building a, we have a.
Have you been deprived of
In there.
It's the only time I know that we don't think.
Yeah, it's really nice. Use your head swim. And it's actually pretty high.
I think my chance
Yeah. And then
I didn't take my PNC.
I did that the same as every
yeah, there's so much to it.
I know, how do you get like a
You wanna
fruit
be,
juice in the
you
back?
wanna be in the wrong side.
Yeah. Stop, like,
I
yeah.
have I have like, you know how your household.
But I also.
pens. Last 2 days at the coffee shop, I can't find a pen to save mine. And I was like, I bring the pens.
And then your next word. It was, it was tricky. This is what engineering school.
Well, only 2 years now. They're in first batch.
I heard it was
for masters, but I moved up here to everything, so.
on camping with Brandon.
You were the Oh, that was incredibly school too. Balls.
Definitely designed by engineers.
Hello.
Anna, how are you? Cool, thank you very much. Hi, everybody, thanks for coming on a Tuesday night. Let's go ahead and continue our work session with our second item of business tonight, which is a joint work session with the Planning Commission and Town Council. And we're gonna talk about a couple of different updates that we're looking at. And with that, everybody here. Oh.
Did you want to do introductions?
Yeah, I was gonna start with introduction. So with, I guess I'll start since I'm yapping. Hi, everybody, I'm Rick Inkin, the mayor, thanks for coming. Let's go this way.
Oh, I'm Elizabeth, Scripsack Adrian, Mayor Pro Tem.
That's what it says.
It's first time I saw it.
Dan Kidman, council member. I've seen you guys here.
Katie Head, Community Development Director.
James Gorm, Economic Development Manager.
Kelsey Withrow, Planning Commission.
Candace Day, Planning Commission.
Lena Leftis, Planning Commission.
Andy Stabile, Planning Commission.
Thayer Hirsch, Council Member.
Robin Goldstein, Council Member.
Andy Hill, council member.
Pat Renaud, Town Attorney.
Tom Fisher, town manager.
And Rick, we have one planning commissioner online.
Oh, sweet. Great, hi, April.
Hi there.
Just to share with that before we get going, if you want to talk about bulk planning or square footage on lot coverage, these are your people.
He's already becoming familiar with our voting pool process right now.
Cool. Yeah, whenever you guys want to roll, Katie, thanks.
Yeah, James is taking the
Yeah,
lead.
thanks, James.
Yeah, no problem. Good evening, everybody. So we have a few topics that we'll discuss. That's gonna give a very, very brief topic of review of roles and responsibilities and authorities based on, let's see, year end. After that, Katie's gonna talk again briefly about our 2026 action plan for community development. Then we'll talk about ADUs. That'll be a majority of our discussion today. We have a bunch of questions that we're gonna ask everybody and get your opinion on, so staff can work on that. And then we'll run down an update on Prop 123, because we're looking at doing what's called fast track, and it's an expedited review, permitting review that's required by the state. So we have to do it, but we'll kind of let you know what that entails. So with that.
Indeed, this will be short, and the title of this section may be longer than the presentation itself. I am simply planning to tell you what I think you probably already know, and that is when it comes to changes to the town zoning code, the Planning Commission has the first responsibility of holding public hearings, considering draft legislation, and then making a recommendation to the council. Down, with conditions, whatever the case may be. Then the council's responsibility, as with any ordinance, is again to hold a public hearing and ultimately to adopt it as a piece of law or not. I'm happy to answer any questions for you on that. I think that with respect to tonight's meeting, obviously we're going to talk about some upcoming proposed legislation that will first appear at the Planning Commission and then come to council. So this is a perfectly appropriate time for the two bodies to get a sense of what the other thinks should happen with regard to these topical matters. None of this is quasi-judicial, this is all legislative. So none of those limiting rules apply that Tammy just spent an hour talking about. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Dad.
Sure.
And then Thayer, I'll just give you a quick, joint work sessions, kind of, we don't have a regular schedule for them, but when we have a discussion like tonight where we don't wanna just go to planning commission and have them recommend what they want and then council have a complete different direction. If we want everyone to make sure they discuss and kind of get everyone on the same page of what everyone thinks they want, before we draft actual legislation for the code, that's when we'll call a joint work session. So no rhyme or reason as far as the timing, but if you see one pop up, it just means we think there's a topic that'll be good for everyone to participate in. And then the 2026 COMDEV action
Before you
plan.
get into
Yes.
that, I was just gonna ask from a process perspective, it's lost on me. Sometimes we do work sessions, sometimes we don't. And then when it goes to the planning commission, since it's not an ordinance, when it goes to the planning commission, what is it? Is it just a planning case or something, or is it?
Yep, so applications for planning commission, most of them per code don't go to council, but things like a PUD or a rezoning.
I guess I'm talking about a code amendment.
So code amendments always will be a recommendation. For chapter 180, our UBC.
Yeah.
Planning commission always has to provide a recommendation to council. And then it's always an ordinance to change the code.
And when is it a work session?
Oh, the work session isn't required in any instance.
They're just.
It's not a requisite part of the process, it's just something I think staff decides to do from time to time when they.
We don't trust ourselves writing it by ourselves.
I wasn't gonna say that.
We like to
way.
get some help. When we think you have good insight to give or it's a flexible ideas, I would say that's it when we do it. If the expedited permitting, because it's required by the state, when we go through that, you probably won't see another work session.
But the work session itself is not required, it's just an additional.
Optional.
Okay, good question. Okay, so 2026 action plan, don't worry, I'm not gonna read through it. Most of the time you have items before council, we're just reminding you that this is part of the action plan, so we keep you on track. I do have some paper copies, I'll at least hand one over to Thayer, just in case you want some paper to hang on to. But this was basically supported by town council in November of 25, and what it did was we took our strategic housing plan, our comprehensive plan, and our climate action and resiliency plan, so those are kind of all have a few years. We as staff and community development pulled out and tried to organize them by years to make sure those plans don't stay on a shelf. So for 2026, we broke down by each of the 4 quarters what we thought was feasible, and then hopefully, even though we're behind schedule, at the end of the year, we'll say we did these or we didn't for whatever reason. But it gives us a kind of, so we're not coming forward to council and council doesn't say, why are you doing this? We kind of had our guide for the year on bigger scope things. The community. So I don't know, unless anyone has any questions, we do always mention if you don't see things in here you want us to add, to please let us know so that we can add them to our workflows. So yeah, that was it on the action plan.
Okay, so we'll jump into accessory dwelling units. So how this will go is the strategic housing plan has some recommendations for code changes. So what we're going to do is, first, it's going to be just a slide by slide. This is what the code currently says so that we familiarize ourselves with what it says. And then we'll go through 9 questions where we want feedback from both the planning commission and the council. Because we need some direction in how we want to change the code to make it fit for Frisco. So we'll go through those. At any time you have questions, please ask. Katie and I will do our best to answer those for you. First, what is an ADU? So an ADU is basically a smaller independent residential dwelling located on the same lot as a standalone single family home, usually. They're often known as granny flats, in-law suites, or backyard cottages. And they usually have a kitchen, a bathroom, a sleeping area, and are designed for independent living. So a good example of this is, for example, the town year or two years ago bought JK's property down on Galena. He has an ADU at the back of that property. So visualize that, or if you can't visualize it, after council, just go ahead and drive down there and take a look. So what does this currently look like in Frisco? Well, ADUs are currently permitted in several residential zoning districts, but not all of them. So as you can see, residential traditional neighborhood, residential low density, residential medium, residential high density, gateway district, commercial oriented district, light industrial district, central core, so downtown, and mixed use districts. ADUs are currently permitted by conditional use in Parks and Recreation District, Public Facility District, and Residential Single Household Districts. So RS District, I believe, is the reserve area, so that's where that would fall. ADUs are not permitted in the Open Space District, so that's the only place where you cannot have one. Remember, that's for conditional use. And as a reminder, for a conditional use, we put the definition from code in there, so it's a use which, because of the character, size, and the potential impacts, may or may not be appropriate in a particular zoning district, and which may be undertaken, if at all, only in accordance with the provisions of 182.5. And there are 5 conditions that they have to meet that, so. So currently, what does the code say about accessory dwelling units? Really not too much. So currently, ADUs can be no larger than 900 square feet. It cannot be used for short-term rentals, and they should not be subdivided. In all districts where accessory dwelling units are permitted or conditionally, except for Parks and Recreation and public facilities, 1 accessory dwelling unit is permitted per principal dwelling unit. So you can only have 1 on your lot as it currently is right now. An accessory dwelling unit shall be counted as a unit of density unless exempted by section 185.5.1. And the reason we bring these up is because these will be questions that we'll ask you later on down the road if we want to change some of this. So we also have it in the affordable housing zoning section. So this is how it's kind of defined in the RL, RM, RH, gateway, central core, and mixed use districts. Any accessory dwelling unit meeting the town's requirements may be exempt from density calculations as long as the unit is deed restricted for rent to persons earning a maximum of 100% AMI that are established by Summit County. So remember that, because there'll be 2 specific questions regarding this, regarding density and the current AMI calculation.
Sorry to interrupt you. Do we also require a local workforce component?
Yes.
Okay, so that 100% AMI and a local workforce component.
Correct.
Okay.
Because it will be restricted. The deed restriction would have my or something. We'll also talk about some development standards. So we'll look at first setbacks. So currently ADUs are required to have a 5-foot setback in the RN district and a 5-foot side yard and rear yard setback in central core. In all other districts, ADUs shall be constructed with setbacks typically between 10 and 15 feet in the side and the rear yard. So we'll talk about setbacks. Parking requirements, you're required to have 1 space per EDU. And the PUD, something that has come up is if a PUD is brought forward to council, they may prohibit any ADUs in that PUD. So that's something that we want to talk about with you guys, if you want to continue that or not. So now we'll start discussions. So this is the part where the strategic housing plan is going to start coming in. The housing plan had several recommendations, and so we're going to bring those forward to you and get your feedback on that. So like I said, there's 9 questions. After I read the questions, it'll be pretty specific on what it is. We would like to hear from you guys. Does that sound good? Yeah, we don't want to change anything, or yeah, we should probably change this or look deeper into this item.
And while you're thinking of kind of where you think about the policies, remember the why behind us doing this is to try to incentivize ADUs more in the community to provide more affordable housing. So to what extent where you don't want to impact the neighbors too much, but you also want to be able to incentivize them more than we currently do potentially. So that's kind of why we're bringing this forward as ideas.
Because
Do we have how many ADUs do we have?
So
we're not sure.
as far as true deed restricted, we only have 1 or 2.
Yeah.
In the whole town?
But there are a bunch of ADUs spread throughout town that if a property has the density for 2 units, people have built an ADU, but it doesn't have to be deed restricted because it's just the second unit in their house on the property, so they'll have 2 stoves. So that we don't have a number of those easily available to us because we're not regulating them through deed restrictions at all. more like a second unit allowed per lot size.
So I don't know if now's the right time to ask this question, and you guys can keep going if it's not, but like, how many people have asked about having a baby, you know?
We get it,
Because I feel like
yes.
there's a lot more people that have, like our lot sizes, where this is feasible, our lot sizes are bigger and zones where you can have two babies.
Correct, so we have, I would say 6 to 12 a year-ish come in and ask, I would say 6.
6 to 12 that don't end
People
up
inquire.
inquiring, but
Yeah.
that don't end up in
Correct,
actual
and
ADUs.
when hear back that they're not, I mean, a lot of time we just don't hear back, but the times that we hear back from them that they're not gonna proceed is due to the restriction in the rent and who has to occupy it, what they'll make out of renting that isn't justify the construction cost and the additional water and sanitation tap fees. So the numbers don't play out from what we've heard from people who have inquired. And I think some of you have firsthand experience when you've looked into it or talked to people too, so we can get into that as we go through them.
So how do you want us to ask questions? Do you want us to just wait? Or like,
Yeah, so
what's the best
we'll
way
be
to-
asking the questions. And we
Well,
want
how
the-
do we ask questions?
During
If it's
that
not
question
time.
period, you can ask
Okay.
any question. Just a open conversation.
Okay.
But yeah, if it's gonna be connected to one of the questions that were in the staff memo, try to focus it at that time.
And kind of as a reminder too, the housing plan, as we, every year is expecting us to create, I can't remember the exact number, but it's between 5 and 10 ADUs a year to keep up with our current housing demand. So we have none that's being created now, so we have to figure out a way to get that 5 to 10 annually to help meet our numbers. Question number 1. Does the commission council want to allow ADUs in more zoning districts than the current code permits? So this would be keeping ADUs permitted by right within all allowed zoning districts and allowing ADUs as a permanent use in RS, PF, and PR districts. What are your thoughts on, instead of conditional use, allowing them by right in these other districts?
Do we know how many the town can potentially have, like support? Is there a general idea of like how many they could support in the town? If we were like to kind of remove any obstacle?
How many lots are big enough?
Yeah, like, I guess.
Yeah, we don't have
We don't really have that number because we don't know what our restrictions are gonna be.
Okay.
So we don't have a, you know, if your setbacks were 0 and your lot size was this and your coverage is already this is the number, we don't have that yet.
Got it, okay.
And my question is, to me, ADUs don't belong in commercial districts. And so, like, my first question is, have they always been allowed in those commercial districts where
Yeah,
why
since at
would
least
Walmart
2000,
want
before
an ADU?
2001, we found.
Yeah.
So even in 2001, it was actually the language then was more specific for ADUs and definitions, and it allowed 30% of a commercial footprint could have an ADU on the property. So it's gone back. It doesn't mean we want that direction now, and I think we can add that to the discussion. They have always been allowed on commercial properties historically.
This kind of gets to that conversation we were having where somebody's got a property, a business, and they want to build a little unit for their employee above it.
Oh, yeah.
And like a tire shop or
Industrials, oh yeah,
Yeah, so
sorry, I
right
forgot that
now-
conversation.
They could have done the accessory dwelling unit and the light industrial. They changed it to call it multi-unit because no one was interested in that one ADU.
How would that apply to say base camp?
If they had the space to put an ADU and it met the code, they could in theory add. Except that would be a little different because they have a development agreement, and so
They're
no.
limited by the.
Sorry, I had to connect the dots as I talked.
But it's a good
Yes.
point,
But
Andy,
yes.
in that if you have a commercial shopping complex, like where does an ADU fit into that?
On the
Like
roof.
maybe if it's on top, on the second story or whatever, like, an
How much
ADU typically
conversation
is
have you
like,
guys had around exactly what you're describing? Just splitting residential and commercial? We've had quite a bit. I just want to see if we're all on the same page or not.
yeah, above commercial, sorry, I'm not speaking for everybody, but like above commercial makes all the sense in the world, right? In that situation, but ADUs could also be standalone, its own thing, a little house.
Right up.
Yeah, so then,
Totally.
in that scenario makes no sense in my mind.
I think we've been talking about, I'm not sure if, about like 10 Mile Drive over Christie's and
Yeah.
Napa and all those, and they wouldn't be sided yet on the roof of it.
Those wouldn't necessarily be ADUs, the way we
Those are
talked about, right? That's just
ADUs.
more permitted dwelling
Correct, we're
units, right?
going to multi-use
Okay.
dwelling units, yeah.
Yeah, we had that discussion, mainly about 10 Mile,
Yeah.
industrial zone.
It's right, it's not semantics, but it's semantics at some point, except if you go separate, right? If you're stacking things, that's kind of at least where my mindset is, I'll say that, I think that's where Dan is as well, like, if Walmart wanted to put a second floor on top of it and put whatever type of housing up there, like, that would be not an ADU, but it would be, housing on that second floor, so maybe define that a little
Those are-
clearer.
But
Yeah, I think those are different, right?
building in the middle of their parking lot.
Correct.
No, I think what
Yeah.
sorry, I think what you're talking about is allowing commercial uses on second above, allowing residential uses above commercial. But that to me is a different thing than ADUs,
Sure, absolutely.
yeah.
Okay.
And the ADUs are just one per
Exactly.
occupant,
Correct.
so Walmart could put one ADU.
Yeah,
But you mentioned earlier, it's one per lot, but it's one per dwelling unit, so if you've got 2 units on your lot, then you could have 2 ADUs, right?
The question is.
it's about the density.
Yeah.
If the ADU's in like your basement, is it counted as another unit of density still?
If it has a kitchen.
Okay,
And
and
what-
if it has a kitchen,
If it has
is
a
it defining?
And usually we have to go down to
Density
the
count.
220.
Got it.
So I think for this, couple options that, based on the comments heard so far, we could actually remove ADUs from some of the, like the orange, the purple, and in theory light industrial, we're already addressing that. And then bring back a discussion on allowing the multi-unit in the orange and purple, which is what we're doing in light industrial, but at the council meeting, we didn't think we were quite ready for the bringing them upper level residential by right in the purple and orange until we had development guidelines in place. So one option would be remove the option for an ADU in those areas, and then work on getting multi-unit dwellings allowed in those on the second floor and above. If we did that, I'd still probably want a little more conversation on the pink, the mixed use. You're looking at more, it could still be the same answer, but it is a little bit different part of town in some different development areas where I don't know if you'd want Summit Preschool or the Peak School or some of those properties to put an ADU on or not. I don't know if you wanna say no to that kind of commercial area.
I mean, to be clear, I wasn't advocating for
Yeah.
removing anything.
No, that's why I just
Sort of
want, I'm
putting
trying
out
to
there
focus,
that-
and that's why if people don't like that, we can knock it out. So I think the first thing is, cause the question we're on is, do you want to allow them in all districts? And so do we wanna actually remove them? And have staff move on more above second level and above multi-unit dwellings? Or allow them in all zone districts?
Is it cheaper to build an ADU? Say I'm building a 900 square foot building, maybe it's part of a commercial building. Is it cheaper because I don't have to go through, getting an address for it or anything like that? Is there any administrative savings?
I don't think so, and actually I'm looking at the architect, so.
No.
Okay.
In fact, they're kind of expensive because everything's condensed, right? A 900 square foot unit still has a bathroom, still has a kitchen, still has the mechanical system. So it's kind of more cost per square foot.
Okay.
Katie, I wanted to get back to your actual question about adding it in the RS and the PR and the PF. The RS, I think, makes sense, it's residential already, but public facilities and Parks and Rec, how would you see that even working? To me, that doesn't make sense.
We
that
don't
you
think
have
it would
ADUs in
a
those
whole lot,
districts.
except we did put public facilities as blue, and they weren't ADUs, but we put 2 multi-unit dwellings, deed restricted them, or they're for town and Frisco employees on the second
Yeah.
level.
We did that without the ADU.
Correct, but if you had something where you wanted an ADU, we're just asking the question. Staff doesn't necessarily support the PF and yeah, but
I think I would agree with that.
Okay.
To me, it makes sense to let, and you say an RS is really just the reserve?
it's honestly, it's
reserve.
actually the entire reserve PUD,
Yeah.
and they have a limit in their PUD right now, it's 12 or 13 or something, and they're capped, they haven't met their cap, but they, as a neighborhood, restrict how many ADUs can go in their development,
Okay.
so.
But the zoning right now prohibits them from doing any.
They can do 12 to 13 per their PUD.
Okay. So if we change, what you're asking is, should we allow it?
Yep, and that way, if they ever modified their PUD in the future, they wouldn't be able to cap it.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And that would have to be through their HOA.
It would have to go through their HOA.
That'll never happen.
HOAs are tough that way.
And it's a big neighborhood.
I think if we get 12 ADUs in there, we're winning.
I know.
There's 6 or 7-ish, I think, last time that we did
Oh,
a
there
count.
are.
Yeah,
In the
the reserve.
There's, yeah.
Yeah, one or
Inside
two was
houses.
done the last couple of years.
Oh, yeah.
All inside. You
Yeah.
live there?
Or is that the water tank? Oh.
So the school district, you know, if they wanted to put an ADU or they wanted to put some teacher housing on there, you know, this is what we're talking about, the school district, huh?
Yeah.
Would they,
Yeah,
would it just be one we would allow? But I know we're trying to change it to 1 or 2.
yes.
But if
It's
they
the
wanted-
elementary school. The other part of middle school and admin buildings is actually some county.
Oh, that's in county.
Yep, it's in the county. The line
Oh, the
cuts out
green
right
right there.
before them.
Wouldn't theirs
Just no-
kind of be more like applicable to the multifamily like thing
Yeah.
than
I think we can
one,
streamline
like,
this question.
one teacher that lives
We had
behind
to
the
ask
Frisco
the
L.
question. I don't think, is there anyone who wants it, who thinks it should be supported in those 2 districts first?
Should,
The
I guess-
pink and blue?
Parks and Rec
So,
facilities?
yeah, so currently it's conditional use. Should it be removed from conditional use? Should it be allowed by right?
I would say if they come through with a compelling argument, we should be allowed to.
Yeah.
So that's approved change, is that correct?
That would be status
That's
quo.
kind of what I'm saying.
I
But
think we can call that part good, move
Yeah.
on, and we'll table the discussion about the other commercial districts.
But we could go ahead and make an improved use, in my opinion, in RS.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and if
Yes.
the reserve ever wanted to update their PUD, they could.
Okay, so permitted in
My
RS, just to cover our bases, or if sometime down the road the town annex land and wanted to make it RS, then it would be allowed by right,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Question 2. Number of ADUs per unit. Does the commission council support allowing more than 1 ADU on a property? So this is really looking up to allowing possibly up to 2, especially for those lots that are larger and that it would fit setbacks and lot coverage. So if the property owner has the ability to do it, do we want to allow them to have up to 2? Currently, we're up 1.
They both be restricted.
Is that in all zones, you're saying residential low zone and all that is in there?
For right now, yeah,
Yeah.
it's open for anybody, yeah.
Well, this gets back to my question though, because we're talking property or dwelling units, because there are several properties, as we're seeing more and more properties get developed to their maximum density, there's more than 1 dwelling unit per property.
Right.
So we're talking about, right now, there's 1 per dwelling unit, so if you've got a 4-plex on your lot, you could have 4
Or ADUs.
ADUs on the lot. So you're saying, should that be 8 ADUs on a 4-plex lot?
Yeah,
Wow.
Well,
Gotta be-
but also in that scenario.
You have to fit it.
it's a good
You have to fit it, but in that scenario, you potentially you don't have a lot, but you own,
Well, right, but but that's why I'm saying the ADUs are technically limited to 1 per dwelling unit, not 1 per lot.
yeah.
So if there's 4 dwelling units on a lot, they could potentially, under the current code, have 4
ADUs in the HOA area?
Then
That'd
enter
be weird.
inclusionary
Essentially,
zoning
yeah,
on top of that.
yeah, or attached, or, yeah, I mean, they'd have to get HOA approval first before they could even come to us. But then, yeah, they could do that, so.
Right.
And it's a good point, because there are a couple of 4-plexes in town that all, or at least 2 to 3 to 4 units each have an ADU
Right.
in them right now,
So we're talking about
In
double
them.
density.
within
So
them.
like a lock off or something.
Yeah, we don't have a whole lot of detached because of land.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point. So I think that is good for everyone to think about.
So the answer to that is,
I kind of feel
What do
like
you guys
that's in the
think?
density. If you've got a lot that can support it, you can probably just have 2 dwelling units. You don't need the ADU, and I don't know that we want to see somebody who's maxed out their density, 4 units on a lot, then get 4 ADUs as well. I think that, or get 8 ADUs.
8 ADUs on
To
that.
me,
So
one
it'd be
per
like in the basement, not the, in the
To
attic.
me, 1 per dwelling unit. You know, if you've got the extra density, go ahead and just build another dwelling unit. But if you don't, then I don't know that we want to see twice as many. If somebody's already maxed out their density,
Right.
and then get twice as many fourplex, you get 8 ADUs. That seems excessive, but I mean, again, you'd still have to fit it,
You
right?
have
It
to
still
fit
has
it.
to fit in the setbacks, still has to fit lot coverage, well, we're gonna
It's
talk
keep
about
in
that.
mind, and
We're
even
gonna talk about
parking,
parking.
yeah. So it's a good point that if we have more flexibility in other standards, you could end up fitting them. So
Yeah.
it's a good question for like
It's,
everybody.
right, if the unit's within the unit, it's not a big deal, but once we start breaking them out, it changes everything.
Yeah.
Of the fourplexes I can envision in my head, I don't see any room for them, not inside that unit, right?
Yeah, they've used all the lot coverage available,
Right,
and they could only then do it in the basement or wherever.
and that's, again, and then parking, so, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like they're not even using the 1
Yeah.
correctly, right? So we need to figure out how to get people building 1.
Yeah.
And if a lot of people start building 1 and then we say, hey, this is working great, maybe we come back and revisit that. To me, that's kind of.
I think that's well
Yeah,
said.
I agree with
Yeah.
that, yeah, I think 1 is enough.
I like it. Everyone good with that direction right now?
Can I just say it, they're all vacant, sorry.
They're all vacant?
The ADUs.
What,
Some of them,
the fourplexes?
yeah.
Well,
I know.
yeah, I want to ask that
That's why we
question,
need
get to the
inclusionary
right
zoning.
section, like, are you
Anyway.
required to rent an ADU? Or
Only
is it
the
you can
restricted
only
ones.
rent it to,
The restricted ones,
The restricted
'cause
ones, yes.
you-
you're required, you can't
If you
let
have
it
a
sit.
covenant on it,
Because then
yes.
there's a vacancy clause, you have a certain
Yes.
timeline.
Right, so you have your mother-in-law,
Right.
you wanna build an ADU for your mother-in-law, she doesn't meet, or
Put her to
whoever
work.
doesn't meet, the
Put it to work.
You hired her for domestic work.
30 hours a week.
Caretaker, but like, that's only if you need that go above the density.
But that's not the problem we're trying to solve, we're not trying to make it easier for somebody to build for their mother-in-law, we're trying to get more deed-restricted housing.
fair, right. I agree.
Okay. Question 3, occupancy income cap. Does the council want to continue limiting occupancy of an ADU to a resident earning a maximum of 100% AMI? So this question is asking if we want to remove the current language of density exemption based on a unit being rented to persons earning a max of 100% AMI and changing it to only requiring persons working for a business located in Summit County.
You said the problem here was that because of building costs, it's very hard to recoup.
Correct.
And set that
This
rate.
is the biggest
This is the
complaint.
one.
Okay.
This is not gonna change the financials, I don't think.
So what?
Well,
This is
I
just,
don't know.
I think it will help,
You can
but
rent it for
Yeah.
hire.
you can rent it for hire, that absolutely helps, but like going from, I don't, you probably know, what's 100% AMI for?
That's what I
Yeah,
want.
from my
I was gonna
chart.
look
I
it
brought
up.
my
So
chart.
last-
I just can't read it, so I need my reading.
I would want to look it up and see
Oh, I
what.
printed it on my
100%
desk and I left a new one,
Oh, wait,
it's
that's-
new and out this week. I did it.
100%
Oh,
for, this is about income of the tenants. This isn't about the rental rate.
But then the rental rate, are we said,
Isn't
is
this
that
the
set at
rental rate?
30%
No,
or
this is
whatever
the
it is
income,
about that?
see, rented to persons
Then
earning a maximum of.
Oh, their
If
annual
it
salary.
was,
or
if
whatever.
there was an
Monthly rent
AMI cap,
is
This is
yes,
income,
okay,
this is
30%.
top
Otherwise,
version
it'd be a
I
little,
know,
considered a
but
little
isn't
more.
this rent, you can.
Okay.
No, see that, so this is talking about the income of the tenants, not the rent that you can charge.
Well, but
Oh,
they're
I see.
connected.
Yeah.
They
But like-
usually
Can't
run
exceed
parallel
whatever
though,
that
so
number
usually
is,
what the
30%.
income is the same as what the rent.
So 100% AMI for what number of households?
Do you have the newest
See,
one too?
yeah.
Okay.
Well, and
How
we
big a
want
household?
rentals,
But this is the income.
If it's
but
900 square feet,
this is
I'd
for
say
sale
two.
properties.
No,
Oh, I
this is
see
the
what you're
income.
saying, yeah, yeah.
It's So the income for 2 people is 116,700,
What's the purple numbers?
102.
That's 102% AMI?
Yeah, no,
No, it's
$102,000
$102,000.
is how much the income for one person, that would be the cap.
Just so everyone knows, this is an abbreviation. The existing covenant does go on to say to 100% AMI at a rate
Oh,
for
it
that
does,
person
it does.
established by
Oh,
the
okay.
housing authority. So the rate is,
So
it
the
is
rate
tied
is
together already.
connected.
It's just
Okay, so like a rental for a studio, say, rental for a studio is $2,500 at 100% AMI.
And these just went up this past Friday, this is the
Yeah.
newest chart.
So like a
Yeah.
2-bedroom is
I
3,200.
know, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. So these, this is really high, I guess is the
So
point.
that's what it's limited to currently.
That would be the maximum.
I would
3,000.
just wonder, because I know talking about these restrictions, it's important to have that buffer. If we could open it up to above 100%, but rent below, which I know is not really helpful to the ADU, but these numbers are just kind of wild.
I agree they're high and this is a rough world we live in. But if we're trying to incentivize people to get housing for workers, I think the more restrictions we put on it, the harder we're gonna have getting ADUs built.
I agree with that, and just throwing out what we have on the horizon, right? We have over around 110 units of rental coming online of differing incomes, and we have no idea what the market's gonna look like after that. I'm just, for this group, I'm glad we're all here, I'm really concerned about that. You know, what is, whether there be town character, are they gonna be rented, are they gonna be affordable? We're most likely gonna be renting them for less than what they're eligible to be rented at. So there's a lot to that question in my mind, and that's a hard question to answer.
Yeah, I think if we're talking about like trying to get 10 per year, let's let those 100 capture 100 of these people that we're trying to get to and see if we can get more ADUs.
You're advocating for just having a work requirement.
Yes.
Which just for context, that's what the county requires for their ADUs, is just a work requirement. Now, if you wanna apply for money towards building your ADUs, then you have an AMI cap, but like otherwise, we just require the work. So you work in the county,
Subsidies.
that's if you want money, but otherwise, it's just a deed restriction with a work requirement.
Right.
However, you can have in-laws, but anyway.
As long as your
That's
in-laws
over there.
work.
No.
It's a requirement, put it in the code.
Yeah, to me, it seems like that's the one let's see if it incentivizes people. I mean, yeah, the rents are high, but if it means that somebody can make it pencil, because that's what I hear.
Yeah.
Is that people don't wanna build them because they're limited in what they can charge, but I think as long as we're satisfying workforce, that's kind of the goal that we've talked about at the beginning.
Any opposition to the direction right now of going live, work, occupancy, not income capped? And then the owner would be responsible, the rent would be what they can rent it for, basically. It would be up to them.
Who regulates who he's renting to, they're renting to?
The housing authority goes through one of the
Would still go through the housing authority.
There would still be an enforcement component.
If there's a
Okay.
recorded covenant,
Portion of
yeah,
that.
they help with that.
Is there an application for it or just enforcement? Does that make sense?
They usually send over their lease to the housing authority and then that's looked at, is that right?
Right.
So it wouldn't be a lottery situation, they can rent to the highest bidder.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
there's
think, I don't know if we
no
wanna
rental
go that route for
No,
any of these.
I don't, I
Yeah.
wanna make sure that we're
Correct,
we're
no
monitoring the right
lottery
things,
option
but-
right now is being discussed for an ADU,
Correct.
good question.
Really got the expensive amenities.
Yeah, exactly. 900 square feet, you want $3,000 for it. It's gonna be 900 very nice square feet.
Just out of curiosity, yeah. What would you ballpark
creating that 900 square feet in an average situation to create an ADU. I'm just trying to relate that.
Cost to build?
Yeah, I'm just trying to relate
It's
that.
gonna be
What is that
over
initial
$500,000.
investment for them to get
$500,000?
I can tell you.
$25,000? It's good.
Let me tell you,
It's-
I never thought you'd ask that. So we have a very lovely house that needs work, but a big lot that's in residential low density. So we have room to add another unit. We have no garage, so we were like, we'll add a garage, add another unit as an ADU. It was to do both, so part of that is our benefit with the garage. Well, the ballpark cost that we got was no less than $600,000. And that's for 680 square feet of living space.
That you can.
So that's a lot of months of rent.
$30,000 a year, and 200 years from now, you might.
And is that
You might
before
regret
tap
it.
fees?
Okay.
Well,
Correct.
you then
That's
get
no
your
tap
garage.
fees, no utilities.
And tap fees.
That's no insurance, that's no.
Well,
What's
In
the
in
tap fees?
'97, I built my 30 by 30 for 90,000 with the permit fees, the tap fees and all that.
That you can.
Yeah, that's just not
Russell,
possible.
Because you don't have
it's
to,
written
like,
about a square
yeah.
foot.
The permit fee was
And
$350.
Yeah.
Again, we don't have economy of scale on this, so it's probably closer to that 600,000 per square foot, or $600 per square
Yeah.
foot.
Well, the county just built Nellie's neighborhood.
$11 million for 14 units.
So, I gotta
Wow.
emphasize this. That's a lot of months of rent.
Did you just for this?
I feel like I'll get off my soapbox in a second, but I do wanna just
That's
say, like, we
actually
can make
true,
all these code
because
changes we
that
want,
is the case.
but like,
we're trying to.
we're, to
ADUs,
incentivize
but
people, these numbers are really
it's not
hard.
even gonna be possible.
Like, we can spend hours until we're blue in the face talking about AMIs, but like, if those are the numbers, you're not gonna get people that are like,
Well, financially too, what would the town, because when we build things, we subsidize it by $100,000 to $150,000. Is that something that we would look at, because we're looking at incentives, you're looking at $600,000, would even $100,000 make it feasible for, you're
it
still
helps a
putting,
lot.
but you're putting $500,000 still.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if you're $600,000, you're still putting $100,000
There's a
still
garage
is,
Well,
in there,
Dan-
so-
$500,000 loan is $5,000 a month.
Yeah.
If you do a 30-year loan on it, so,
Well, I'll give you an example, because we have a program, the county has an ADU assistance program that we will give you money, 25% of the cost of the construction. Nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody
That's
wants
what
it.
I wanted
Nobody's
to have
interested,
this
it's like,
conversation, because it makes sense to help with the subsidies to make it happen. It's not too dissimilar from the Housing Helps program where we buy it down, you guys all know it.
Yeah.
But to me, it's apples and apples, quite honestly, at the end of the day, but how many people are gonna take, how many Housing Helps have we had in, call it in 25?
25, I mean,
6?
more than that.
Okay,
Well, that's us purchasing.
yes, that's what I was bringing.
Yes, we've really just purchased, we haven't really given out much.
Right.
So we've done probably 12.
12.
None of that has gone to like property owners, or just said like half?
So that is the town purchasing a
Purchase.
unit.
Oh, and the buy down.
And then, it's buy down.
we take $100,000 or $150,000 off of the reseller.
But you have, how many people have you given money to deed restrict
Not
the
many,
property they own?
like 3 or 4.
Not many.
Okay.
And Dan, that is one thing that we'll bring up in the future. There is an option in Housing Helps right now, I believe it's option 4, that allows the town to assist with ADU development. We don't really have guidance or a plan for what that looks like, and we've never done it. So that will be something that we'll bring forward to the council for guidance on what the expectations are, so that we have some kind of policy on, hey, we wanna cover all tap fees, and we wanna cover so much of construction cost. So that'll be something that we will bring to council in the future.
That's what I was thinking, if you just $100,000 is a norm, in kind, water sewer taps, permit fees, and, and then cash.
Right.
Yeah.
And then some cash.
Correct. Awesome. There we go. Question number 4, density exemption. So this kind of goes with the last question as well. If the commission council supports not restricting the income level, which it sounds like we're on, of an ADU occupant, then do they support having them be exempt from density if there is no income cap? Because currently at 100%, you are exempt.
So to break it down a little more, someone calls and they said, I wanna add another unit, ADU or another unit, we look up their zone district and we say, okay, your zone district allows 8 dwelling units per acre. Your property is 1/4 acre, so you can have 2 units on your property. Most of them aren't big enough to add an additional unit. And then we say, well, you can put an ADU in and deed restrict it, and you can just do that. It doesn't count as density because it's restricted to that 100% AMI. So the next step now is, without having an AMI, would we allow people to still build that second unit, that ADU on their property if it fit?
With the workforce component.
Correct, with the live
But
work
not the AMI.
occupancy, not the
If
AMI.
if you link it to density, then people are not gonna build ADUs, they're just gonna build another dwelling unit.
Yep, exactly, and that's what, I mean, that's why we have a bunch of
Why would you-
ADUs that we can't track because they're allowed to have
Yeah.
multiple units.
I don't think you can, I think they have to be exempt or there's no reason to do
Correct.
it.
No
Yep.
incentive, right?
Yep, so are we good? This is also to make sure everyone understands kind of the steps that it goes through.
Yeah, it's gotta be incentivized.
Right.
Because otherwise you're gonna build 1,500 square feet or whatever you can
Yeah,
fit,
yeah.
you're not gonna follow the other code.
Yeah.
For ADUs.
We'd still have to meet lot coverage amounts.
Whatever it
Whatever
is
we
now.
come up with, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But people can still build a second unit on their property
If they have the density.
if they have the density.
Yeah.
If they, yeah.
Number 5, we're gonna start going into development standards now. Does the commission council support reducing the side and rear setbacks for an ADU? So the strategic housing plan recommends adding flexibility to development standards that consider site-specific constraints like setbacks and parking requirements. Currently, an accessory building is required to have a 5-foot setback only in the RN district and 5-foot side yard and rear yard setbacks in the central core districts.
And for perspective, RN is your peak 1 neighborhood and central core is your Main Street. CC is Main Street area. So you're looking at, right now, peak 1 has small setbacks already and ADUs are allowed to follow those, but we don't have them in the vast majority of town, the rear setbacks.
So are you saying that ADUs don't need to meet setbacks?
They do have
Or
to
they
meet-
do have to meet setbacks?
And
Okay.
they meet the standard setbacks.
So
Which are
you're
10
just
and
asking if
15.
we make it 5 throughout?
That was what we wanted to see. We would probably, staff doesn't necessarily recommend reducing a front yard setback. Historically around the kind of world, people want that front yard, but we can. But we're looking more at side and rear, and then here if you want us to go even further and allow them in the front yard.
Well, and sides impact your neighbors.
Yeah, this is the
Yeah.
one where
And
I'm
this
like,
is where
this is
it's,
more than just about
keeping in
them,
mind
it's
that
about
That's
everybody.
what I put on my thing here, is dependent on the neighbors, you know?
Yeah.
5 feet and now they're,
Yeah.
well, in ours it'd be side, it'd be 10, they're 15 feet away instead of 20 feet away on side.
Yeah.
Backyard it would be 15, so it would be 30 feet, but now you're 20 feet instead, I don't know, it's,
But
for
is that what you're
residential low,
saying?
I'm looking at.
Are you saying reduce it by 5 feet or are you saying
No.
reduce it to 5 feet?
5 feet.
To 5 feet, so yours would be down to 5 feet.
Well, yeah, but then the neighbor has
Because they have
theirs.
set-
Oh, I see.
Between
yeah.
houses.
What about
Yeah.
with, neighbors' approvals?
Yeah, can you make it conditional?
What do you think about that?
Ah,
I think it's a can of worms.
Yeah.
Leave to your neighbors.
I think all this leads to nobody's gonna build an ADU.
If you don't, so you would advocate reducing the setbacks?
I would, it's like, this is about the only give where we would even do, but like, yeah, sure, you might piss off your neighbors, and then, in which case then you're gonna be battling, it's like, none of this is gonna ever pencil out for anybody,
Unless
and
it's
they're
attached.
not gonna do it, and, Candace, like, if you guys built a garage, you get the benefit of your garage, and then, I don't answer this, but, how much is then the value of your house and your garage with an ADU? Are you making your 600 back? I surely would hope so, but that's one of those things of like, nobody's ever gonna do this.
Would that mean
Like, what do we
that
have
your
to do
garage-
in order to get people to build ADUs?
You gotta give them
There was an
$150,000 or $200,000.
The ADU requirement.
That's kind of what it is.
was
It's an
above
annual.
That doesn't work.
Yeah.
If you reduce them.
Katie, bring us back to the earlier discussion on extending ADUs to the residential single-family district, right?
Yep.
That has greater setbacks than the other districts currently, doesn't it? I'm just trying to
10 and
relate the
15.
setback give to the fact that you may open up another district that has the biggest setbacks of all.
Yeah, I can pull up the reserve PUD, I'll also see if any of the planners listening and know off their head the setbacks in the reserve, but I'm not gonna put them, none of us trust ourselves to quote a PUD. I can let you know, hold on one second.
We're a PUD and it's 10 on the side, 15 in the back, and 20 in the front. And the
Different
residential
PUD
low though.
Yeah.
Residential low, just, yeah,
Right.
not,
Not the single family,
not.
just one step.
Yeah, West Creek was different, and then it was 15 on the sides.
And I don't mean that to resolve the issue, I just,
No, it's a
everyone ought to
good
be
point.
aware as they discuss reducing setbacks, that you're also talking about adding to the zone district that.
But Councilmember Hell's right, from the broader perspective, if you want more ADUs, you gotta do this stuff.
Yeah.
We gotta do something.
You gotta do
Maybe it's
something.
not reduced to 5 feet, but reduced by 5 feet.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Well, like,
So
if
that,
it's
so
like
that if
just
it's one of these neighborhoods that has bigger setbacks, that it's not all of a sudden
Still-
going from
still
20 to
bigger than-
5.
yeah.
It goes from 20 to
Right,
15.
that's-
You get
I
an
think
extra
that's
five.
a reasonable.
I've already done that. Also, like, what if your setback is 5 feet?
You don't have any setbacks or 5 feet.
And then probably you're gonna run into building code problems
Well,
also.
Okay.
To a minimum of 5, whatever it is. That's an interesting, so it's not such a drastic change.
In bigger, like sides and rear could be reduced by 5 feet if they're at
There's
least
5
feet
feet
to
to
start
give.
with.
And we do have it, you could break it down by zone districts, like to Commissioner Thayer's point, if it's already 5 feet, you may not wanna go to lot line. And then you're gonna
Right,
run
no,
into
yeah.
building permit problems with separations too,
Yeah,
potentially.
your fire separations are, right.
Is it fair to say that this really applies to detached ADUs?
Only,
Cause you
yeah.
wouldn't, cause otherwise you're doing an addition to your house.
Or above a garage probably,
Oh, yeah.
that to keep
Garage,
in mind,
with
if it's a
garage, like,
detached garage with an ADU above it.
Then it could be in, say, the
Closer.
setback, but like, if you're adding to your house, you still have to live with your old setbacks, no matter what you do.
Yeah, unless we made another exception, but most likely. I haven't seen it a lot where you can have your current house with an ADU encroach.
And so what do we think about, like, if Candace were to add, and we were to take these down to 5 feet, she's got an ADU above her garage, that means her garage can now be 5 feet from the property line too?
Right. If the ADU is above
I mean,
Yeah.
because
The architect for the
That's
tricky
true.
questions.
now you've got driveways within 5 feet,
Yeah, we do.
you've got paving within 5 feet. So,
Or with
just-
weird curves.
yeah, we just need to be clear, if we're gonna do that, that it would,
Yeah.
I don't know if we'd wanna see garages get 5 feet closer to property lines. ADUs, yes.
I personally would appreciate it.
Yeah, maybe we're okay with that if we get another ADU.
But not just a garage.
But not, yeah, you don't get it just for the garage.
Yeah.
It's not New York City, you don't get to rent out your garage. Parking space, $5,000 a month.
I know, what do
What do we think?
So here's a question, some of these things we might decide to change, and in the next 5 years, we'll have a lot of data about whether or not it's working or how it's working. You can always come back and say, oh, you know what, we overstepped there, we went too far, we didn't go far enough, right? We can keep reassessing this, so if we were to do this change and then we see some negative consequences from it, that if people are using it, but we don't like the way they're using it, we can continue to adjust it. So for now, if the idea is get people building them,
Can we make it
Are you
conditional?
saying 5 feet? You're advocating for 5 feet?
I'm advocating
Like, I don't
5
think it should
feet
be
less.
5 feet less than whatever your
That's what I would
setback
say,
is.
I like
unless
that. I
unless
think
you're at
it's
5
reasonable.
feet to begin with, because we don't want 0 lot lines.
I like the 5 feet less as well, and what I'm envisioning, again, back to those fourplexes we see around town. If you put an ADU in there, or all of them, as a lock-off, do you then get to increase the footprint of all fourplex with greater lot coverage?
Well, we haven't gotten a lot of coverage yet.
Yeah.
Good question. Thank you. And you're gonna answer your own question.
Yes.
It makes more sense when you get to lot coverage, I think, but, yeah, I think that's what you're,
I didn't really understand your question.
If you build a fourplex with whatever your setbacks are, if you put an ADU in each fourplex, do you then get to go to the 5 foot
Right.
instead, thus making bigger units?
but those fourplexes are typically, from experience, built right to the setbacks, or more or less, so.
Right.
If you give them 5 more feet, they're not fitting an ADU in 5 feet.
That's helpful, thanks.
Well, but they would have to fit it in their basement or something, right? Like one of the floors or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Because it's not a separate dwelling.
If you can do that, then it's not increasing lot coverage.
Right. But you would still be able to take advantage of the size.
But you're saying the 5 feet is not gonna do anything.
It's only gonna do something for a lot that's underdeveloped
Yeah.
already, and it's
Yeah.
not to its current setbacks. Giving them 5 more feet's not gonna be like, oh, all of a sudden I would build a 5 foot
Yeah.
wide ADU.
Because you're still garnered by the right of way at some point,
Well,
or whatever your
yeah,
lot line is.
the property line,
Yeah.
yeah, I think it should never get below 5 feet from the property line.
What do you think about front setback? Would we allow those?
No,
So reduce 5 feet.
side and rear.
So what?
We can let everyone, I don't know if everyone has
Yeah, I know.
has spoken or not.
Katie, I thought that, what was the affordable housing incentive? Wasn't the setbacks thing part of that?
Do you wanna go?
Or something, is that so?
That
Sorry.
ordinance that we approved,
Sorry. Yeah, I
that
thought
was,
If the one that is if you're all, actually it might not be, I'm sorry, the one that if you're 100% AMI or income, I can tell you.
there are a lot of other stipulations
You know,
to that one that are
On the
I
fourplex
don't know, I
thing,
don't
you
wanna
know,
complicate.
I own on Teller Street, we have a big parking lot in front. So our front yard is 3 parking spots for all 4 places, you know, so you have 3, 3, 3. And I was always thinking, how can I get, you know, then we have a little backyard, you know. Backyard's 18 feet by 20, you know, I think, you know. So it's really tight, you know, in the alley, it's on Teller, but I was always thinking our parking spots, you know, could I put a garage in, the 3 parking spots are still underneath, and then the AD unit on top, and that's in the front yard. You know, so it'd be something like we were saying, we don't want it in the front yard, but that would be in my parking area. Would that be something that they could, you know, because we have 4 units on a block, we're definitely underdeveloped. You know, somebody could put an ADU on there, but the place to put it would be in the park, and it would be probably right on, pretty close to less than 5 feet to the property line. You know, so it's how you squeeze them in, you know?
Andy, do you
So
see developers like building a new fourplex and adding ADUs at the bottom so they can get further setbacks?
interesting. Well, I think we were talking about it maybe needing to be detached to earn the extra setback.
Okay.
So you wouldn't, it could only be the
Only
ADU that would do that. And I think developers would rather not build ADUs at first, because they'd rather just increase the square footage of the unit that you're building.
Yeah, they make their money.
Standalone ADU or sort of like the
Detached.
garage ADU hybrid?
Good question.
Sorry.
I guess it's a question for the group. We picture detached garage allowing, because a lot of communities in planning, just generally around the country, do allow garages, detached garages to be closer to a lot line, right? You have your alleys, you have that kind of old school setup that is based on revitalizing the fronts more. So I think in our staff minds, we pictured a detached garage with an ADU being able to be closer to a side and rear setback. But that's the question that we need to hear from all of you, not just our
Candace, what do you?
You're biased, yeah.
Very unbiased.
Right there.
I mean, I think Andy, you have a good point of like,
Yeah.
let's make some progress, make it a little bit, and then if we hear that that's the restriction that's preventing it, then maybe we revisit it.
I think if we give everybody 5 more feet to build these ADUs, that's 5 and 5 in the backyard.
Yeah.
That creates some substantial square footage they could have one of these.
Yeah, I support that.
Yeah.
5 in the
But-
side, 5 in the rear. Does anyone wanna speak for front, or are we good right now? Good? Okay. To Lena's point, that was a great question. In our incentives, if somebody was building all affordable housing, like our town projects where they use this incentive program, if it was being built in the RH, RM, or RL, so a lot of the residential, they could build it a 10-foot front setback, a 5-foot side and rear setback. So we're not seeing any private developers use that because they don't find it cost effective so far, but they are allowed in the residential to be just 5 feet from the side and the back.
But it's not, that's 100%.
It has to be 100%, that's why no one's doing it, but yes. But they could go next to their neighbor 5 feet right now, if they did that, it would be allowed. So, good question. And a reminder that we have.
This is what, like, inclusionary zoning is gonna remove ADUs. Because if we just force them, you're gonna knock down the house and build a fourplex and one of them has to be, affordable, maybe not the same size, but that's gonna get you units. Nobody's gonna do this. Nobody's gonna come forward and do ADUs. I would like them to.
Yeah.
I think it would be great if they did, but I don't see it ever happening.
I do think it's good to still put, I agree with you to an extent, but we don't know what our inclusionary zoning, if it's gonna even show that there's a nexus to even allow it as a town legally. So because we don't know until that study is done, which we'll be entering a contract in the next month, hopefully. So we're on that study. But during the interviews that James and I conducted with the people who submitted RFPs, they all were pretty clear about if you find, no one's even yes, you'll be able to make it work for your community. It's really, we have to see the data and see if there's gonna be that legal nexus connection. So we don't even know if it's gonna be something feasible for our community.
So everybody else that has done inclusionary zoning is based on a nexus study?
I don't know if we wanna get in all that right
Anybody,
now.
only the ones who are smart.
The ones that are smart, okay,
The ones-
a lot of
the
people
ones
have done
that
it.
defend it.
Yeah, only the ones that will be able to defend it at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And a lot of them did it in front of more recent Supreme Court case law that discusses those parameters of those kinds of exactions. So I guess my point is, some of those did it when they didn't know the waters were as troubled as they are. And a lot of those will not stand up on a challenge, I promise you.
How many get challenged?
I don't know, we only need one around here to be
We had a
challenged.
few of them
That'd be a
mentioned
problem.
during our interviews. We're glad we're doing this
But
study.
I don't give you legal advice based on whether I think you're actually gonna get challenged, I give it on based on what I think the law is and how you will win and who you want to challenge.
Yeah.
You guys have to make the risk determination on whether we wanna get sued or not,
Yeah.
whether we wanna take that risk.
So that's why we're doing the study.
Which we are.
Question 6. Lot coverage. Does the
Discussion for a different day.
Exactly. We will talk about that. Does the commission council support increasing lot coverage for properties that propose to construct an ADU? So currently the code allows a 5% increase in lot coverage if an ADU is constructed within the residential low, medium, and high and gateway districts. If lot coverage was further reduced for ADUs within these and other zoning districts, then a property that may not be able to fit an ADU could possibly.
I think if you're increasing the setbacks, you kind of have to let them have
I
the
agree.
room to
A little
the
more.
ability to
Yeah.
build it.
Yeah.
And lot coverage really, many properties, I would say the majority of properties in town are maxed out. Even people who think they can come expand a deck, they're stuck trying to figure out what they can remove these days. So lot coverage, at least the properties that we're seeing who wanna make renovations, a lot of them are maxed out on lot coverage. So,
Yeah, I don't see how limiting this helps anybody. There's still setbacks.
and we don't wanna think you should go to 100, but you do wanna go to 10% increase.
Or do you say that the ADU doesn't count toward
Or
lot
it's- that
coverage?
could be too.
Cause it already has to meet the setbacks.
Well,
Yeah.
the new setbacks.
It's a good question.
But then if you were to build an ADU and then you decided you still wanted to do your deck, your deck would apply to your lot coverage and the ADU wouldn't,
That was the case, yeah.
right?
Oh, if the deck is on the ADU, then does the
Well,
deck
what if the
count?
deck's not on the ADU, the deck's on your house, and the ADU, didn't apply to lot coverage, then you were able to do your deck. But if you took up all of your lot coverage with the ADU, then you're done. You
Yeah.
can't do anything to expand your footprint. Right?
I think if the goal is infill, I like your approach to ADU not counting towards
We're
lot
trying to
coverage.
incentivize it. I mean, I disagree a little bit. I think people will if we come up with the right formula. Candace wants to build one. I get asked.
Everyone donate $50,000.
And at the end, we'll ask that if you have to recuse yourself from the
Here's my
discussion
QR
of
code for the
Okay.
And it's worth trying to
Sure.
get them. And this is one where I think, let's incentivize it if we're gonna do it.
If it was built above a detached garage, would that whole footprint be exempt?
Ooh.
Sorry.
That was
Man.
the issue. I don't think it should be.
No, I-
The garage is what you're
Yeah.
using.
Yeah, I don't know that you get to exempt it if you're getting some space for yourself.
So only if it's a detached
ADU
ADU
only.
standalone,
Yeah.
standalone
Yes.
detached.
Andy, I presume that you yourself or you work with engineers who have to deal with the historic drainage flow issues on projects, yes.
Mhm.
Do our current lot coverage allowances start to push the ability to control that? I'm just concerned about you open it up by 5 or 10%, have you still left room to meet
Yeah.
drainage requirement? I don't.
If it was really taken advantage of, it would have some effect at some point.
Right.
I don't know the answer, it just occurs to me that that's an unintended consequence as you start to get more lot
Underground it?
coverage, you
Yeah.
don't have areas to manage.
You can always underground it.
There is a solution that maybe we
Oh,
could.
absolutely, yeah, no, I know,
Maybe it goes with.
money will
It's
solve
just
the
about
problem.
money,
exactly.
that's
I know,
fine.
I know.
There's an engineering solution for everything.
Right, we're assuming we're gonna get snow again.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Hoping, not assuming.
So, yeah, that's,
Could it
maybe
be,
you need a geotech report that says that.
I don't know how it
Surface
plays
drainage
out, I
is
just know that
No, it's a good
lot
point.
coverage is there for more than just the feeling of openness.
No, it's true, and in the Peak One neighborhood where we have smaller lots, there is a specific drainage limit that staff is supposed to limit per lot when they look at plans, that's a good point, it is very restricted where we did some.
Starts to play into.
Well, and you still have to fit snow storage and landscaping and all that other stuff.
So we did Andy's exemption for the ADU standalone, and then maybe a 5% increase on the combo, the garage / ADU, is that still?
Continue the 5% we have for
Yeah.
everything else, do we wanna go?
Is that right?
I'm sorry?
Thoughts on lot coverage?
Right.
So far, we're at exempt if it's a detached standalone ADU, it wouldn't count toward lot coverage. If it is connected to a house or above a detached garage, we could keep the 5% increase or go with the 5% for all zone districts. What do people think about that?
Well, should we require geotech? Some geotechnical study? If you're gonna say you get to exempt the footprint of the ADU, you have to provide some technical.
Yeah, we'll already have the grading and
for-
drainage plan, I think, for single family.
Well, and that's what I was thinking too, just by allowing them doesn't mean they get to
Correct.
ignore then the other requirements for retention.
They still follow like our submittal checklist for a new structure.
They just don't have to.
Yeah,
They
and I
have a
will
bunch
say
more
like
lot
the
coverage,
state, some of the
900
state
square feet.
requirements that we
Yeah.
don't have to follow. Do you want it to be basically an administrative sign off on a building permit or like not even submit to site plan or planning? We don't feel ready to do that, we don't, as he walks in, we don't wanna throw our building division, sorry John, into reviewing an ADU for planning requirements. So we're keeping them right now as a minor site plan, which is an administrative review by planning staff. And so that checklist would still have to be followed, which would include the grading and drainage and all of that, so.
So is your question whether to expand that to all other districts?
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't know if you wanted to go.
Let's get it built
Yeah.
if we're gonna try to do it. We, you know, if we don't change anything, we won't get it, anything.
Yeah, and the question was also for the people who do, a lot of the questions we get would be above a detached garage. Is it worth considering a 10% increase, or is that too much? Stick to 5%.
Trying to do the math, the lots are 10,500 square feet. Lot coverage in most of these districts is what, 50?
55.
So what are we talking about increasing, like how much square footage are we talking about?
55% of the 10,500 square foot.
Well, you're talking about adding another 10%, well, you're talking about adding another 5%.
Robin's got it.
500 feet.
He's doing the math.
Plus into the setback.
I thought you were doing it. I'm letting someone else with a calculator. I'm like, I'm not gonna guess how to do that. I thought she had her paper in front of her.
It's like
Calculating it.
impermeable space.
She's doodling.
Because we can take driveways out of that equation. No?
Yeah, but it's
That's
not only
still going down.
impermeable like a deck, it's
That's not your-
permeable,
Right.
that counts as your lot coverage.
Their driveway counts,
Building
their sidewalk, yeah, pathway counts.
I would agree.
If it's not grass, it's probably gonna count.
Okay, got it.
That's kind of the easy way to tell people.
Got it.
We have some exemptions, but yeah.
Before it used to just be concrete.
Yeah.
You know, brick patios were acceptable, they were permeable.
That
Now
all
it's
changed
not
a
that way.
couple of years ago.
Sandstones was permeable.
Wait, what are
Somebody
you talking
changed it.
about?
The lot coverage definition.
I was just gonna say,
James and I were not here when it got changed. That wasn't us.
When I was doing mine, I was assuming that was permeable, and I was told I was just informed. That's in the change.
Yeah, don't bring your remodel project to.
What if it's-
Keep that under wraps. Don't show Katie.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we're talking about is the driveways, or like what you're saying, should that be part of lot
I was gonna ask
coverage?
that when we got to parking. I'll follow up with it, then what do you think about lot coverage exemptions for parking?
Well, I mean, if we're saying that lot coverage is actually building coverage and not driveway coverage.
The driveway
Yeah.
counts
It's not
on there.
What's that?
The
So maybe-
driveway counts on there as lot coverage,
Yeah,
yeah.
But
I don't think it
Doesn't
hurts to
have
go
to.
from 5% to 10%. Like, it's not drastic, and if somebody's right on the edge, like,
Yeah.
right, maybe that helps them get there.
Yeah.
I don't think that's gonna change the overall
Agreed.
intent of the code.
It might be enough to just say that then and not say that they're exempt. If you're giving that extra 5%, that's basically the footprint of an ADU anyway.
You think 10% of a lot?
If you just go 10%, then you could just make that a little cleaner and say, go 10% increase in lot coverage.
Delete the first line, straight to
Yep,
that.
to the next.
Okay, 10% increase in lot coverage in all districts. Okay. Hey, and we have about 15 minutes left, just a time check here.
We've got 3 questions and, yeah, fast track.
Did you say the best for last part?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be dessert.
It's coming. Size limitations. So currently, an ADU can be no larger than 900 square feet. How do we feel about that number?
Where'd that number come from?
We,
Yeah.
Do you remember? We did the research,
yeah.
but you might know it firsthand.
The idea is that these dwelling units are accessory, right? They're subordinate to, their mother-in-law's units. So discussion was had about what is the average size of a unit and, you know, based on that average size, what do we think is appropriate to keep things accessory, not a second unit?
And that's like the average size of most condos, like in River Run Village in Keystone, they're all 835 or something like that. So it's like the size of a condo too.
Is it
Typical
true they
condo size.
can't be more than 50% of the primary dwelling unit? Or did I make that?
That's not.
that's not, no, it does not state
A
that.
lot of communities do have that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
With a
pre,
flat number and a not to exceed.
Which we did used to have randomly, we had 30%
Yeah,
and
totally.
850 square feet, and then it went to 33%. 900 square feet in the early 2000s. We memorized all this today.
Good job, you guys.
As I look at James to see if I really did memorize it accurately. And they increased it interestingly from 850 to 900 because they wanted more flexibility because no one was using it based on the same discussion we're having tonight. So.
Extra 50 square feet.
And that was in 2005.
950 then?
Apparently 50 square feet in 2005 did not cut it.
Is there a minimum size? Like what's the smallest it can be?
A lot of communities have one, we don't, we would refer to the building code if they had anything in there, so I won't put you on the
I
spot.
mean, is
Don't worry.
900 a base camp unit?
No, base
That's
camp
what I'm
are like.
They're like 4 or
4
6 or 5, those are
Yeah.
micro.
I live in an ADU.
So that's my point.
Me too, Elizabeth.
I live in an ADU.
Same.
Exactly.
It's a slightly larger area.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's stopping anybody.
I agree.
I agree.
Yeah. And I think it needs to be subordinate to the home.
So you think keep 900?
Keep it 900?
It's good.
That's what we live in.
Why we
We all make it work.
Right.
I mean, that's.
Yeah.
680
So yeah, no.
for
No, for two bed.
$100,000 per
run
foot.
off of the changes we're
Well, because the
Right.
garage had to be.
Every hundred-
Well, Candace, you know, it's that way.
What's that?
Like, if we make all these changes here, are you gonna be like, oh, now I'm gonna build an
Well,
ADU?
it depends how long they take to approve my plans for my regular garage.
Right.
I know I have time to read it.
Well, it's affordable housing, we'll get fast track.
Yeah.
Oh, good point.
Yeah, see?
Is it in Frisco?
Yes.
12 minutes.
Approved. We all will pull out our wallets.
Yeah, exactly.
Support.
Alright,
Alright, question 8, parking.
Oh boy.
do you wanna skip reading it all?
Yeah, I'll
skip
just
the
kind of
whole
sum this
question.
up real quick. Does the commission council wish to remove or alter the parking requirements for residential parcels which develop an ADA? Because currently it is now 1 parking spot per ADA, per ADU, not ADA. So this goes into looking at possibly becoming an ADA supportive jurisdiction through the state. The state doesn't like parking, as you all probably know, unless some circumstances come about, which those 3 circumstances are there. They prefer that no parking be associated with an ADU, and that you have on-street parking. So our question is, do we want to keep the parking as it is now, or would we like to change it?
Recognizing that most of the residential districts, I don't believe the town is there as far as having on-street parking overnight.
Are we gonna have a conversation about that?
Yes, that is in
anytime
Q3, I think.
Yes.
soon? Can we bump that up? It's holding me back.
We'll get Josh on that one too.
I put as long as they don't park on the street. So that's what, I'll answer that question, so now I'm rethinking.
No, yeah.
A little bit, you know, when you were reading that and you said ADA instead of ADU, it you know, it brings to mind like ADUs for.
ADA accessibility.
Right, so how do you combine that? Or can you?
Do they have to be ADA accessible?
Sorry.
And I'd be curious, so if you don't require a parking space for it, then we get into kind of the multi-units where now I'm blocking
You got it.
the driveway of the main house.
Yeah.
Or you get a tenant without a car.
Well, good luck.
Yeah, we already have that issue with Colina, you know, where it's like, that's gonna be an issue.
This one's a
That's
tough
why-
one because it's best planning practice versus reality of our mountain community.
Yeah.
And
some of these state incentives are meant for urban areas where there is on-street parking, where there is
And buses.
all this
Yeah.
stuff, and people don't drive.
Yeah.
Maybe you could say
Um,
that you're allowed to have on-street parking if the town, if it's a zone that the town allows on-street parking in, and then if that ever comes up down the road and we fix on-street parking.
then maybe we'll change it, how about, and we allow it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, but you could say that the parking gets an extra lot coverage allowance, so that it
We were
becomes
gonna
easier
not
to
pay for our parking
find the parking.
and just let them park in the dirt.
Still counts as lot coverage.
Yeah, still counts as lot coverage.
Yeah.
We're not gonna tell you.
Well, now I know what to look at.
It's gonna still say next thing, let's
Back
move
there.
it.
Yeah,
extra, yeah, but.
Yeah, any designated parking space counts as lot
You're
coverage.
gonna end up with issues with driveway
This is what I'm
separation.
saying about driveways being
You're
lot
gonna
coverage,
end up
like
with
half
issues
of
with
the
driveway
sight line.
width.
Yep.
So, you know, requiring that extra parking space could end up being a pretty good deterrent.
Mhm.
Because if you can't
Yeah.
figure out how to make your driveways work,
That's true,
that's gonna be really hard to overcome.
good point.
So you're saying remove?
I know, did I say that?
Andy, you're putting a lot into this, man. This is your ordinance.
Shut up now.
Well, Andy said that.
I
And
do
I-
think we are, I've been saying this for years, but it's like we're 10 years out from being able to summon a car that's parked way far away to your home. And maybe we change the code then, but that future's not here yet, but it could be interesting when that is.
Would there be any openness to allowing a wider driveway?
It's
You
still
could
lot
talk to
coverage.
Public Works about it.
Because otherwise it's gotta be a whole
You're
separate
right.
driveway that's
Yeah.
30
And then you
feet
don't
away
need
from
it,
your
yeah.
driveway.
Why don't we regroup on that question with Public Works?
If they could provide a little latitude there, then there's maybe some opportunity to park. But if it's gotta be a separate driveway that doesn't block the main driveway, it's 30 feet away, it's gonna be really hard to get that
That's a
to work.
good point.
I think when the planning commission convenes by themselves, they're gonna solve this issue.
We'll have the answer.
Thanks there. Parking's our favorite. Driveways are so reasonable anymore. Have you noticed the new ones in town? They're great.
Katie, a quick question on that. How would this impact visitor parking?
It would not, probably because visitors for 5 units or more,
But if we had a fourplex and somebody's
Oh.
adding,
then
And
they,
then you need more-
they would need a guest space.
so let's make that not happen. Because visitor parking is a silly requirement anyway, so let's not let that trigger, let's not let
Where do
ADUs.
people park when they come to visit?
In the street.
On the street.
Where does everyone park? In the street.
That's where the visitor parking is?
And don't know.
Okay, and on the positive with the time, even though we only have 5 minutes left, if we don't get to the expedited permitting review, you can all go back, read what James wrote in your memo, and then you'll see it come forward as a code amendment. We just wanted to inform you of it, but we don't have to actually present it.
Yes,
verbally,
expedited.
just to keep us track. So Anna's not too stressed back there picturing her changing the room and.
But what's the question 9 now?
Yeah.
Are we done with
That
this?
was my question.
Oh, are we done? I
No,
thought you
we
said
got
planning
one.
commission, this is your problem.
Oh, okay.
Housing
Which one is-
projects that don't have.
Go for it.
9 should be easy though.
This does.
9 is easy.
No, it doesn't, right, so
Sorry.
one thing about Prop 123 that we're struggling with, and I guess I'd love to hear what you guys think. Prop 123 doesn't have a workforce requirement. It has an affordability requirement, but not a workforce requirement. I don't know what you guys think about that, but it's a struggle for us.
And you're saying that in regards to ADUs, that ADUs won't count towards, if they're just work live, they won't count towards our requirements.
No, I'm talking about like the portion that we were gonna talk about, the
Oh, okay.
expedited review process for affordable housing projects. If we go to adopt that, per the states, what they say, they don't require a workforce component, they have an affordability component. So whatever housing is that the state is promoting through Prop 123, it would be affordable but doesn't have a workforce component, and that just goes against, I mean, it like blows our minds, but it goes against like
I see,
everything that.
you're advocating that we continue to have a workforce component.
Or it's food for, it's food for thought for the room, what do you guys think about that?
Right, we already do.
Without a workforce component, if you're just building affordable housing, is that good?
Could be affordable for your mother.
Well, we
It
have
could be
never,
affordable for an Instagram
and
influencer.
101 doesn't have a workforce component either, just, right, LIHTC doesn't have one.
Correct.
So,
True.
just saying,
Yeah, it's true,
we've
it's a
done
good
it,
point.
yeah. Next question.
Yes, number 9.
Number 9,
We'll come back, a good point, yeah.
PUD exemption. Should a PUD be allowed to exempt ADUs
To exempt.
whenever they are developed?
This wouldn't go back and amend old.
Prohibit?
Prohibit.
They're allowed to prohibit in their PUD ducks.
And we're saying we're not allowing PUDs
Just not
to
future
do-
ones.
Yeah, in the future, do we not want to allow PUDs?
Somebody to propose a PUD in which they are prohibited.
Correct.
So it's retroactive or no?
No.
Okay.
In the future.
So what if somebody came in to amend the PUD?
Could not.
Would that,
Would be a permissible amendment, assuming you have to do it in place.
Sorry, did you say it would or would not? Would not, thank you.
Because we're stuck with the new.
Thank you.
Do we think there's gonna be a lot of?
You could exempt them.
Yeah.
I do.
They do the.
They do them all the time.
Yeah, and also because we made flexibility on the smaller lot size you could have now in the affordable housing incentives, we do talk to more people at least right now. I think it's worth if you support it, at least putting it in there.
Does April have anything to add?
It's a little tough to jump in here from Zoom.
Is that negative?
I don't think we should allow PUDs that prohibit ADUs.
So in the code, it would be basically number 2 is what it would say, permitted uses. PUDs may not contain provisions that restrict the construction or conversion of ADUs in a manner not permitted by town ordinance.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Right, and then just so that you know, we did make notes that we haven't forgotten about the discussion on residential above first level commercial and talking more about that in the connection with ADUs and non-ADUs. And then we will come back to you about guidance for using housing helps money toward ADUs. And then Lena also pointed out the Prop 123 affordability workforce. So more to come on those 3 kind of side things.
Good question.
Let us know
though.
how you solve that.
Yeah, I will. James is gonna do that tonight. Good luck, James.
You're asking about whether or not they're prohibited, but PUDs also get to write their own setbacks, their own lot coverage.
Yep.
So would our exemptions then also carry into that PUD by right? So a PUD could say, okay, you're allowed to have a ADU, but we're not granting the extra 5 feet of setback, but we're not granting the 100%.
Yeah, I guess they could.
Yeah, and that would be something that you guys would have to discuss.
Yeah.
Allowance.
They could do that, but they're not allowed to say, no, the ADUs are not allowed.
But if you don't give them the lot coverage.
But the
Then
ADU would
they
just
can
have to
write that
fit
in.
within their lot
Right, that,
thing, I guess.
I just think
Yeah.
that,
Yeah, great point.
that's not the only thing that was
Yeah.
talked about.
Those-
It's whether or not they're allowed, so
Right.
we have to think about whether or not they're allowed to then prohibit the other.
Setbacks and
Yeah.
coverage. Right.
I would like to say, I
Thank you
think
for dinner.
we should do this more often.
you see that
Just like-
every time, we say it every
We do, I
time,
know.
and then we don't
Alright, it's
do it
gonna
more
sink in here sometime, maybe like 5 more times.
I disagree.
Every Friday night at Vinnie's.
It won't come back.
Good discussion, that was a good way to like
Yeah,
guide
thank
everybody
you.
through that, sorry.
Good job, James.
Thanks, everybody, thanks for coming, thanks for the good
Yeah.
discussion.
Thanks for having us.
Heck yeah.
Thank you.
Any of us dominated?
You totally like to talk from you.
We'll check the tape.
That's why it should happen more often.
Well, the irritation and stuff, you just worry about software. Perfect. Oh, yeah, thank you.
That works.
Nobody had ever made as good a pizza as Edgewater Inn. Nobody.
I think there is.
I don't know.
Don't, right, because it's like Edgewater, Lakeside, Mountain View are all right in a row right there.
Wait, which one's a Mountain View?
It's in between Edgewater
And Lakeside.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. Lakeside's a weird.
It is, but it's a strong mayor town, which is funny enough. It is.
8 square blocks.
Yeah, it's less than a
I
mile.
never knew that.
Yeah, it owns takes in the amusement.
Cool.
Whoa, that is weird.
It's an interesting
It's very
place.
Yeah, a little tiny police force.
If they went
back years ago, so the owner of that park could control.
Yes.
That speculated at least 4 or 5 times in the last 2 weeks. And
Little Lake was named after
something
the
must
owner.
be brewing.
You know,
The coaster shut down.
Oh, thank God.
The wood coaster shut down. And due to an
We're
accident.
good to go. Yeah, I'm just watching the clock.
Is it yes?
Hi, everybody. It's 7:05. We'll go ahead and start the regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council for May 12th. And with that, may I please have a roll call?
Absolutely. Rick Inkin,
Here.
Elizabeth Skipjack-Agin. Here. Councilman Martin Allen is absent. Robin Goldstein. Here. Held.
Here.
Bear Hirsch.
Here.
Dan Kibbe.
Thank you, Anna. With that, we'll move into public comments. Public comment is reserved for items not slated for a public hearing on the meeting's agenda. If you plan to make comment on an item already slated for the public hearing later on the meeting's agenda, please wait until that item is announced and public comment is requested at that time. State your name and address for the record and limit comments to 3 minutes or less. No council action is taken on public comments. At council meetings, council takes public comments under advisement, and if a council and/or staff response is deemed necessary or appropriate, the individual making the comment will receive a formal response from the town at a later date. Be sure to sign in at the welcome table each meeting if you provide in-person public comment, and include contact information for follow-up communication. And with that, do we have any public comment in chambers? Not seeing any. Do we have any public comment online? No public comment online, no public comment in chambers. I'll move on to any mayor or council comments. I'll say this, I appreciate all the municipalities working together on water restrictions moving forward with what's about to come. I'm also very optimistic of a monsoonal season we're going to see coming up this year. Keep your fingers crossed and pray for rain. But again, the proactive approach from all the municipalities, I appreciate. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll actually just add
Please.
kudos to the fire department for getting out the word with wildfire resiliency. You guys are getting all over the place, and it's important. Thanks.
Any other comments, team? Cool. No further mayor and council comments. We'll move on to any staff updates.
Sure, I just got a couple. First of all, tomorrow night between 5 and 7 p.m. at the Hotel Frisco is a Chamber of Commerce mixer for anybody that's interested. If you didn't see it, there is equipment on the 101 main site that is actually tearing up stuff. So they have started demoing for that project. And then you have one 101 West Main project item on your agenda, on your consent agenda today. There's going to be more coming in the next few weeks as they get closer to finishing up their financing. So that's all we've got today.
Great, thanks, Tom. With that, we'll close staff updates, and as to my understanding, there's no changes to the consent agenda, so I'll bring it to council for any discussion on consent agenda or a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the consent agenda and a second. Please call the question.
Kibbe.
Yes.
Goldstein.
Yes.
Held.
Yes.
Skipjack-Agin.
Yes.
Hirsch.
Yes.
Inkin.
Yes.
And Councilman Allen is absent.
Great. I'll just take a moment to say congratulations to our arts and culture
folks and our planning commission folks that were all reappointed to their positions. Thank you for their volunteer service. Okay. We'll move on to new business. Our first item on the agenda tonight is going to be first reading of ordinance 26-15, an ordinance amending chapter 124 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Frisco, Colorado concerning public health and safety by amending Article 3 waste reduction and recycling to ensure consistency with the Summit County recycling system by allowing glass to be included in single stream recycling and removing requirements for separate glass collection. Wow.
It's good stuff.
Yes. Great. And with that, whoop.
Thank you.
Great. We have staff go.
Hey, I'm Nico Cruz, the Sustainability Coordinator for the Town of Frisco. And I'm here because of good things are happening in the county. Glass is going to be, it's accepted right now on the single stream, which is great news for our diversion goals. So because of that, we need to align our code to meet this new regulation to accept glass in single stream. So we are proposing to amend Ordinance 2615. This is because, as I said, glass is accepted in the single stream. This rollout started May 1st, 2026, so it's already in place. You can put your glass in the single stream already. So our current code currently conflicts with the operational realities, and this is going to help to reduce confusion and align with the county system. The key changes are pretty on the language and defining what is recyclable, what is single stream. So we're removing separate glass requirements, simplifying the requirements for reporting that needed to be glass as a separate stream. Now we're putting it all together because everything is going to be together as one stream counted in the landfill. Haulers are prepared. I would say HC3 has done a great job on communicating this with the haulers. On the changes, there's no additional cost. It should simplify participation, reduce contamination, and it's going to support our diversion goals and sustainability goals. Staff recommendation is to approve Ordinance 2615 on first reading. Here's a timeline on this transition started. May 1st, it's rolled out. We have first reading today, and on May 26th, second reading.
Thank you, Nico.
Any questions about this? Maybe just to give a little context, why is this happening now? There's new technology on the front range that allows to separate glass from the single source materials, and that is good news for us. Now we can put glass there and they can separate it.
How does that do that, you know, when it's like embedded in cardboard? And, you know, because we were there already and then they took it away because they couldn't do it. How is that machine, I don't know, how's that machine doing that? Or how are they doing?
I don't have this specific on how it happens. I would say I got the information that their new facilities can do it.
Yeah.
I would say there's advancements, technology, robotics that allows you to identify glass and separate.
Yeah, because, you know, it breaks, it gets in fine, you know, it's just like, how is it, you know, do that? I got a question. It doesn't affect, there's a gentleman in town that does recycling at Fifth Avenue and Moose Jaw, and I think, Liz, does he do your place? Dan? Not anymore. And he still is doing the glass. He can still do exactly what he's doing and stuff. It's not doing anything to his business or anything like that.
I would say he could still collect glass. You can still separate it, source
He
separate
brings
it.
it to the, he brings it to.
All these businesses need to have single stream recycling on site. It doesn't take that out. So let's say Moose Jaw, they do have single stream recycling where they put plastics, cardboards. They don't put glass because they source separate it. Someone else picks it up. I imagine it's that gentleman you're referring to.
Yep.
So they can keep doing that. Drop-off centers are gonna still be functioning the same way. You can bring your bottles over there. There's some advantages of source separating, cause it's cheaper, and there's more revenue coming from materials that are source separated. So there's some benefits of doing it that way, yeah.
But the opposite is true too, perhaps. If you have commercial single stream, you can now put glass in it.
Yes.
And if you don't have single stream recycling, you have to get single stream recycling.
I mean, not because of this, it's because of pay-as-you-throw and universal recycling. You should have recycling. Everyone should have recycling right now.
Okay.
This doesn't pertain to this particular ordinance, but it is on my list of things to maybe we should have a conversation about how a business could be exempt from pay-as-you-throw. Because my business is in an HOA, and whatever, it's a long story, but I still sort and recycle myself. I'm breaking the rules, but I think the conversation should go into the details of some of the challenges that businesses might have.
Yeah, we can go more into those details. There is a pathway to exemption right now.
There is?
There is, but it might be good to revisit if you think it's not enough. Yeah, we can talk about that.
Oh, I'm behind. Thank you.
I don't think that building has apartments above it, you know, condos and that. I don't think they have a single stream. They don't do single stream.
They should. I mean, we can talk about that one. You can let me know. I'm happy to reach out to them and work on the enforcement side.
Well, you've been over there, I think, huh? You stopped by Fifth
So
Avenue?
probably we're working on trying to get them recycling.
Yeah.
Because, we've been going around.
But they do have recycling, you know, they have the bins there, but it's not single stream, but they do have recycling there.
Okay, so they should have recycling through a license holder.
Yeah.
And
Is he a licensed hauler? You know, he's a business.
yeah, so that's not on compliance with our current code.
That's not.
No.
Okay. He's not like, he's not like waste management or anything like that. I don't, you know.
Yeah.
You might want to talk about this one offline.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nico, are there any changes to plastics or milk bottles
No.
with this ordinance? No?
No.
Okay.
No, it's just glass.
Okay.
This time.
And Nico, 2 follow-ups, just because I didn't hear the answer to one of Dan's questions. If a commercial business is currently separating, however they do that, are they required to go to a single stream?
I don't think they're required.
Okay.
I'll look into that more specifics and confirm you, but my understanding is that they're not required to go that way, as long as they have single stream hired on their location.
Meaning they have recycling hired on their
Yes,
location?
they have the recycling serviced through a license holder.
Yep.
If they want to do extra and source separate,
Yep.
they could also do that.
And I'm just curious if, sorry.
No.
It's sounding like we're not going to be doing the work here at the scrap, because my question was, how much is this going to cost to run the scrap?
I have no idea.
Yep. HC3 or the county haven't produced anything out on that?
I can ask them.
Yeah, all good, just
I would say
asking. Seems like every time we touch recycling or trash,
And move it away from
it costs
scrap.
more. Yeah, okay.
So it's going to Denver, all that's going to Denver then, huh?
Was going to be my follow-up.
Yes,
Yeah.
it as it has been going to the same place. It's always been going to the front range, single stream.
Okay, yeah.
But we do separate up at scrap. We
Oh,
do
yeah.
have separation capability.
There's a level of separation.
Yeah.
But
They bundle it
yeah.
and then ship it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Thanks for the great discussion and answers,
Yep.
Nico.
Thank you.
With that, let me open this up to public comment. Any public comment in chambers? Any online? None online, none in chambers. Back to council for any further discussion or a motion.
I think this is great. It'll be less convoluted and, instead of having to keep your glass separate. So, I'm all for it. May I? Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the first reading of ordinance 26-15.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 26-15. Please call the question.
Councilman Allen is absent. Kibbe?
Yes.
Goldstein?
Yes.
Held?
Yes.
Skipjack Adrian?
Yes.
Hirsch?
Yes.
And Incan.
Yes. Thanks, Anna. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 2, which is going to be first reading of ordinance 26-09, an ordinance amending the code of ordinances for the town of Frisco, Colorado by repealing and reenacting chapter 65 concerning building construction. This is long, everyone. Building construction and housing standards to adopt by reference with certain amendments the International Building Code 24 edition, in the International Residential Code 2024 edition, the International Fire Code 2024 edition, the National Electric Code 2026 edition, the International Mechanical Code 2024 edition, the International Plumbing Code 2024 edition, the International Fuel Gas Code 2024 edition, the get my eyes straight, International Energy Conservation Code 2024 edition, the International Existing Building Code 2024 edition, the International Swimming Pool and Spa Code 2024 edition, the International Property Management Code 2024 edition, the Uniform Code for the Abatement of Dangerous Buildings 1997 edition, the Colorado Model Electric Ready and Solar Ready Code, the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code. And with that, we have Katie.
Apparently I fast forwarded us 3 years and I wrote ordinance 29, I apologize. This is really 2609.
Nice. 2609.
So how I was going to start was, we were not going to do a presentation because you've had a lot of work sessions on this. And then since we got some public comment today and a couple of random questions, we decided maybe we better quickly, obviously too quickly, at the end of the day today, throw some slides together for you. So
Thank you.
yes, so I apologize for misspellings, and they would not pass a 5th grade PowerPoint test because I have too many words per slide. But I have information for you at least. So what I'm going to run through on this PowerPoint is, first, I will do the fluffy stuff. And then John Schumacher, as all of you know, I think you've all met him by now, contracted building official. He will take care of all the technical questions and explanations for you. So I'm just going to run through very briefly what is included in Ordinance 2609 to remind you what's in front of you. A summary of direction that was provided by council to staff at prior work sessions. And then in my head, and you can change this, we'll have you ask John questions if you have it. Public comment, John would be happy to comment on the written public comment you already received today before you go into verbal comment, or wait till after verbal comments are received. So we'll let you kind of figure out that. And then obviously council discussion and comments. And then recognizing that this is an 80-page ordinance, we recognize that you may be ready to have a first reading vote, or if you have substantial changes, you could let us know. You could be very clear what you want us to change, and then we'd return for a new first reading if necessary. So depending on how the feedback goes tonight. So what is included in Ordinance 2609? This is the result of, first, primarily all of your international building codes, all the other codes that were listed. You have state and national requirements. We also had a couple of meetings with our local Frisco Board of Appeals, which are 3 local contractors that are appointed by the town council. We gave you their feedback at the beginning of the process. We met with Summit Fire and EMS a couple of times, and sorry, I pointed even though you weren't involved in the conversation, so way to represent the ones who were here. And then town council direction, we had 3 work sessions on this topic. So as Rick read to you, there are numerous codes that are included in the ordinance. These are adopting these codes. And then in the 80 pages that supplemented, and I know you read them all word for word in your packet, that is amendments that are fine-tuned to the town and for the local jurisdiction that would be effective. I am not going to read the next two slides. I will remind you, these were in your staff memo. John came up with these as just kind of topics to flag for you that were changed based on your direction. He can go into them if you want, but I just want, in case you were like, oh, I did have a question when I read that memo so thoroughly the other night, you can reminder those were in there. And we do apologize as staff. We had 2 miscommunications on our back and forth with our town attorney and staff and what was going to be struck through and not. So I already know, and I'm telling you here, that before the second reading, we have 2 very minor modifications. And per THAD, they can be minor. We don't have to bring it back to another first reading. But one of these is regarding the R105.5, which is expiration. It's in the IBC and IRC amendments. There was suggested modification here. That modification is not going to be proposed to be in there, and it will be revert back to the standard language. Did I capture that correctly? Okay. And then the other one was in the International Fire Code. We had shown a strike through for this entire 102.7. It was only supposed to show a strike through for the most currently published edition of.
That was my error.
Well, it's okay.
Sure.
So now you're blaming another one on me.
No.
So 2 minor modifications you'll see that we caught this week. Okay, so very briefly, summary of prior work sessions. There were 3 work sessions. The first one was in January. The direction at this one was move forward with minimal amount amendments to recognize that there is an increase. Council recommended staff move forward with minimal amendments to increase the requirements for construction in Frisco due to the desire to balance costs with progress and also sustainable building efforts. So we started with less amendments. That changed over the next 2 work sessions as you started hearing from public comment and discussing more and outreaching to your constituents. So then in February 10th, we reconvened with this. We specifically discussed sprinklers in single-family homes and the enforcement on that topic. Council wanted to revisit some fire code amendments. Separately, out of town council, John met with some Summit Fire representatives, and Red, White, and Blue representatives. They kind of agreed on some compromises that there was some confusion over, and what is before you was the result of that meeting. So those have been taken into effect as of this point.
That was, the 4,500 square foot was removed from, or was that kept in there? That was our biggest concern, I think,
kept in
at
for
the time.
R2, if I'm not mistaken.
For R2, okay,
Kept it.
all right, yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
And then there was also brought up more discussion on residential and commercial building energy and fire code amendments. So then we came back in March, again, talked about how we had met with Summit Fire, came to had a good conversation with them. At that point, council gave direction specifically to include requiring sprinklers for new residential construction over 4,500 square feet. Also on March 10th, we spent a lot of that meeting on the International Energy Conservation Code. There was a lot of discussion on it. What you have here too is just what was in the council, thanks to Vanessa, her recap of the meetings. The bold I highlighted because it is connected to the public comment that we've had received today in writing and what we might hear tonight. So the reason we have drafted before you what we have is because at March 10th, the direction from town council was to go to the 2024 Energy Code, mandate zero energy ready home for residential construction, allow 3 pathways to meet the requirements, and go to an ERI of 50. So that's all been incorporated. Is that correct? Thank you. Okay, that's the end of the non-technical. So from there, I can pass it to John if you have technical questions.
I'll just, it was up there, all the different, and I have it here. The Zero Ready ZEHR code.
Zero energy ready home.
Yep. have we updated it to be the most up-to-date version in here, or has it, meaning when we read it, it wasn't, has that been updated for this particular reading, and or are we looking at updating that for second reading?
First, I have to introduce myself, I guess. I'm John Schumacher of
Sorry, John.
Comprehensive Building Code Services. I was told to do that when I step up. It is, we have the new version, and it's now called Efficient New Homes. It is the same program, but it is incorporated into the ordinance that you have in front of you.
Yeah. Thank you, John. Yeah.
I guess I have a question about the public comment that we probably all received from Jessie. And she knows a lot, you guys too, probably know a lot more about this than I do, and she made some really good points in her email. And her points make a lot of sense to me because of the way she breaks it down, and I don't know, can we apply this to what we're doing for the town, or is there opportunity to have?
Yeah, why don't we, if it works, then go to the next couple of slides where we broke down her points.
Cool.
Just kind of copy, now, yeah.
Great question.
So that was one of the questions, was do you want us to do that? So I think if it works for the council, John will kind of just clarify what they mean and what she was saying for you. And then I'm not sure if she's online or else when we have other public comment, you can get some more information. Yeah.
So her comment related to Amendment R401. So the Department of Energy's Efficient New Homes program, where she says it only applies to new 1 and 2 family dwellings, the way that's written, it says that are subject to the International Residential Code compliance. So that would, in her next comment, she says that it would exclude townhomes. Townhomes would be included in that program. And so my understanding from our work session, when we were talking about minimizing codes, but then also trying to maintain some of the progress that we had made, was that we wanted to apply the Efficient New Homes, or at that time we were talking about the ZERB program, to new homes. And so that's the way it's written right now, is it would apply to new single-family homes, 2-family dwellings, and also to townhomes. We also amended the code to include the ERI of 50. That was a part of our discussion at that time, and that would apply to multifamily structures. Like one here talks a little bit about, in her comment, about fourplexes and multifamily residential buildings. The definition of a residential building under the code does include those, but in our discussion we talked about including new homes under the Efficient New Homes program, or the ZERB program at that time. We could change that language to include all residential structures, which would be multifamilies, R2s, R3s, R4s. But that was not my understanding when we were talking about minimizing things, but maintaining some of the progress that we had made on the single family side.
Helpful.
Yeah, that's helpful. I mean, do you guys, how do you feel about, like, do we want to look deeper into this, or are we okay with, like, where it's at? I'm just trying to honor her really good points and roll them over and make sure.
The fact that I'll just say, when I was reading things, missed that it didn't include multifamily anything, I think is an important catch on her part. In addition to that, if we're looking at, I might get it wrong, but I think they're called air source heating units, are only in there for AC and not for heat, and the recommendation was to include those for both, is how I read at least 2 of those points. And I thought that was good feedback.
Yeah.
Meaning those units are more efficient if you use it for everything instead of just the one, and probably more efficient for the heat side than just the cooling side. Is that fair to say, John? Thank you.
They don't cool here as much.
Right.
It's more about heating.
Yep.
So on the slide before you, do you want to ask John what it would take to include multifamily residential dwellings?
Yeah, John, what does it take to include?
We could change that from having it apply only to new 1 and 2 family dwellings that are subject to the IRC, to residential dwellings as defined as residential dwellings within the code. That would then include those multifamily structures, those R2, 3s, and 4s in there.
Yeah.
Expand that scope.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Is that what we'd like to do?
I would like to do that.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah. All right, we have a few slides with public comment. Simulated performance requirements should be amended, was the recommendation, and that we should not require a professional engineer. We should allow HERS raters to do that also. The requirement for the professional engineer that was included in the package was it was done to be consistent with the county. The county's amendments require a professional engineer when using the compliance method to do the calculations and demonstrate compliance. So that was put in there simply to be consistent with the county.
And the county is requiring both HERS raters and engineers, just engineers. They're cutting out,
One or the
cutting
other.
out HERS raters.
So the HERS
No.
rater's still on the ERI path, but right now, the proposals that they sent to me were that, for my review, was that they were going to require a professional engineer if someone was using the compliance path. We have those 3 paths that we discussed. And so when using that one path, it's a professional engineer in the county's amendments, and then a HERS rater on the ERI.
And so this was Jesse's suggestion, or have we already changed it to just require HERS rater?
Jesse's suggestion.
These are Jesse's suggestions that came in today, so we haven't changed anything
Yeah, I got you.
in regards to those.
Yeah.
And the one thing we'll know is staff, just a reflection, doesn't mean you have to do this, is that it was talked about trying to have as many people in the community who were certified or could do it, and having the engineer option would allow an applicant or a property owner to not be so confined over who their options are and what those timelines. They could find somebody to work for them if it was only one realm. That was just something that had been mentioned.
And the HERS raters, in theory, since they're not licensed professionals, are a more affordable option, or not? We're unclear.
I would encourage you to ask the home builders about that.
I understand that HC3 is providing grants for people to get certified in HERS.
Yep,
So,
that is also my
yeah.
understanding.
And they don't need to be professional engineers.
Correct.
Correct.
Right.
So then it would be more accessible if we were to
Correct.
give this option.
Yes.
You know, like how it's written in her email, it's like a licensed engineer or a certified HERS rater, just to accommodate the pathway, right? Like of the.
And so if you want to go that way, my suggestion would be that we delete that amendment completely, because the code as it's written allows for that. It allows for someone qualified. So we don't need to specify that. The county had just specified professional engineers only. So by deleting that amendment, that would then open it up to anyone who is deemed qualified.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta say, as a builder, having to get more input from engineers is costly and time consuming. And this creates a new avenue for people to get certified and try to pursue. So I'm all for that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. Our next comment. The ERA amendment may not be needed at all. That is correct if we're going to revert back to using the residential definition and including all the multifamily and other things. The changed ERI that we discussed in our meetings, lowering it to 50, would have been helpful if we were looking at things just from the single family, two family that we were talking about versus the multifamily. If we're going to be all inclusive and use the residential definition, then we probably don't need to adjust the ERI down to 50. It's at 52 currently in the code.
Okay.
We were going to drop it to 50 after our discussion.
Less red tape.
Okay, so we could strike that also. That amendment, we'll just strike that out. Not
Everybody agree
make
with
that
that?
adjustment.
I'm cool with that.
And then the electric ready and solar ready code reference needs a version specified. The original version is my recommendation. I'm not moving to, one of the things in our process that we discussed is not moving to the model low energy and carbon code. As you can see in this comment, it references that the possibility of moving to a version that's published in the model low energy and carbon code. But that is up to council, of course, what you want to do with that. I think that in our discussions, my understanding was we wanted to just adopt the version that was the original version and then wait a little bit to transition to the model low carbon.
That's what I'd agree with.
Yeah, I remember that conversation. I like your recommendation.
So we'll leave that just as the model electric ready and solar ready code, which was adopted 2023. I think that's the last of our comments, yes.
Thank you, John, for doing that.
Welcome. So we'll go back to there. Other questions about the ordinance? Anything else I can tell you about the other amendments that are in there? It's a long ordinance. There's a lot in there.
I'm just glad we're getting to this point.
Me too. It's been a bit of a process. It's a little longer than our previous ordinance, but that's because I tried to do the best I could in cross-referencing things. The fire code amendments are in there under the fire code, but a lot of those amendments also are in the building code because those sections are the same in both codes. And so I tried to make sure we did a good job of cross-referencing so we don't have any conflict in the future. And I incorporated everything that fire had sent to us and that we had discussed in terms of some minor changes. So I think that we addressed everything that fire was good with and what they wanted. Matt's going to speak under public comment, but I think now with going through those questions and making some of those adjustments, I think that we've reached some consensus on energy code. So I think we're in a good place. But if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Comments, questions, anyone?
Yes, I know we do have a public comment, and I'm curious to hear what if there are more questions that come up after that.
Yeah, we'll go to public, then we'll
Yeah.
come back to us, so we're all good. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
So with no further questions from council, we'll open it up to public comment. Any public comment in chambers?
Hey, good evening, Mayor, council, staff. My name is Matt Wright with Deeper Green Consulting. I live at 3B Alpine Drive here in Frisco. Owner of Deeper Green Consulting. Been here in Summit County for 20 years. Been working in the green building industry for 17 of those years here in Summit County. Really appreciate where we've come from the get-go here, talking about the 24 codes. And I may or may not have had some influence on Jesse Burley's comments there, so some of this is just going to echo what she was saying here. The section R401 with the efficient new homes, that's only 1 and 2 dwelling units. The current code does include multifamily buildings. For a reference, 80 West Main down here was included. Foots Rest would not be included because it doesn't qualify as that residential type of building. Right now, the way it's written, it would be excluding anything more than 2 duplexes, right? So bringing it back up to what we've already had to include multifamily buildings, which would influence more than just the residential part of the energy code. It would go into the commercial part of the code as well. Let's see what else we got here. The ERI path with the ERI adjustments, additions and alterations can still follow those pathways. That's why we kept those in beyond just the Zero Energy Ready Homes, which is, again, now the DOE's Efficient New Homes program. Those pathways are still there for additions and alterations, so altering that ERI from 52 to 50 really doesn't make sense. It makes the ERI pathway harder, which is already more difficult than the prescriptive path anyways, so keeping that unamended makes sense in my opinion. Also, the points that are available through the prescriptive code, which is R408, I also don't believe we should allow for points to be gained for air conditioning. Right now, like the heat pumps that was brought up, right? The heat pumps can be an efficient heating system, it can be an efficient cooling system. Getting points for it as an efficient cooling system on its own should not be allowed, in my opinion, because we shouldn't be getting points for just cooling. So striking out the cooling points, Town of Breckenridge's amendments is a good place to start, right? They already went through and amended all those things out that would be specific to our climate. So if you want to reference what Breckenridge did, that's a good place to start to amend out some of those point categories.
And just to be a stickler, we're on.
Oh, gotcha, yep. The R405 was the HERS raters and engineers. I'm down for both. HERS raters already can do that with the software we already use. So with the county, I did speak with Glenn Morgan, and he was changing that code language to include HERS raters back into it. So it wasn't not just engineers. And then also the electric ready code, again, referencing which version we're talking about. There are two versions now. There's the original, and then there's the version in the low energy and carbon code. We also have language in the Efficient New Homes program that touches on all those things too. So it would be great to clarify what we truly want. The old version is very vague. The Efficient New Homes is more specific. And then the newer version says exactly what they want.
If there's something we need to change, I would cut straight to it, or I'm going to cut you off.
Just pick a version and stick with it. Be specific.
For the ZERS?
For the electric ready code specifically.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Okay.
You already did.
We did, I thought.
We did.
Yeah.
You already did.
There's just too many acronyms. Okay. Cool, thank you.
You told him to be quick.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Matt. Any other public comment in chambers? Any online? No public comment online, no further in chambers. I thank our public comments for this evening. And with that, I'll bring it back to council for any further discussion or a motion.
And then before you get to a motion, I'd like to get some help from our attorney.
Yeah, I was going to suggest a motion that would simply approve this as presented on first reading and then provide some direction to staff on what I see as 5 items that you expect to see different provisions on second reading.
Let me follow up with you and staff on this. Are you guys clear on the additions we just discussed during the presentation this evening?
What I've got, just so we're all on the same page, is amending the R401 to add multifamily requirements to the ERI, deleting the new R405, the HERS rating and engineers in its entirety, striking the amendment related to ERI, changing the provision related to the expiration of permits, and then changing the provision related to the adoption of the fire code appendices by reference.
Thank you for taking notes. And this is, we're still good, this is insignificant changes enough to bring it.
In the context of 80 pages of building code, I don't think these are significant enough to need a new first reading.
I thought you'd say that. Thank you, Thad. With that, I would entertain a motion that could reference council's summary of our changes.
Would we have a copy of those notes?
Not that you're gonna be able to read.
Just per council.
Right. I would say I don't disagree with that comment of air conditioning giving you extra points because we don't need air conditioning up here. It's more about heat.
And I thought we made a change, it was for heat and air conditioning.
But the idea was, and then if we're taking away the points in the first place, then it shouldn't matter if we're going away from the 50 points.
Right.
Right, but I was just gonna say, I agree, he's not wrong there.
Yeah.
With this climate. So I don't know if we need to change anything there, that's up to you guys.
You could add that to the
You
list.
certainly can add it to the list if it's the council's pleasure.
Can we have John?
Please, yeah.
I just want to clarify something. So
Please.
ERI, the 50 ERI is different than the points in
Oh.
the energy code. So there's a point requirement in the energy code, and you're trying to accrue enough points for approval, and you're getting points for AC. So the suggestion was that we take out those points for AC.
Right.
So I just want to make sure that was understood, that that's not part of the 50.
Yeah.
Thanks,
I'm
John.
with you, sorry, that
So-
was
No, I
my
just
my
wanna-
mistake, yeah.
Okay.
Yep, thanks for the clarification, John. And with that said, for clarity's sake, we're still back to council's notes as originally presented.
Unless you want
Unless
to
you
change
add-
on the point system for AC.
I'm into changing the points on AC.
There you go, okay, so
Yep.
there's two, anybody else?
I'm into it as well.
So then 16.
There,
Yep.
okay,
Yep.
there you go.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's okay. We're still good. You want to give those notes to Miss Mayor Pro Tem?
Sure, if she can read them.
You could just
Yeah,
reference.
okay. Oh, okay.
I'll get into it,
Right.
Madam Clerk.
Move to approve on first motion, ordinance, yada, 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 and with the recommendations from council.
Got it. Okay, are we ready? Do we feel right? Okay, I move to approve ordinance 26-09 along with,
To be brought back on second
to
reading
be brought back on second reading
with the various, with the 6 changes discussed
With the-
by council,
with the 6 changes
with an EO.
discussed by council.
Second. Thank you.
Great, we have a motion to approve, let me back it all the way back up. Ordinance 26-9, and a second, please call the question.
Hinkin?
Yes.
Allen is absent. Kitty?
Yes.
Goldstein? Held?
Yes.
Skipjack Adrian?
Yes.
Hirsch?
Yes.
Thank you, everybody, for all the work. and
Thank
all the
you.
time.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
easy stuff.
With that, our next order of business this evening is going to be an executive session. And with that, I would entertain a motion to move into executive session.
Mr. Mayor, I move
Yep.
into executive session.
Well, you have to read the whole,
Oh.
yeah.
An executive session
Thanks, Chief.
pursuant to section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, parentheses B, CRS to receive legal advice on specific legal questions related to one litigation known as Town of Frisco versus MW Golden Constructors, at all, and pursuant to section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, parentheses E, CRS to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation under a proposed settlement agreement and to instruct negotiators in preparation for mediation and settlement negotiations in said litigation.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
I second.
We have a motion and a second to move into executive session. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We'll move into executive session with a few minutes to turn over all the things.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Good job. Tim.
Nice work.
I didn't know.
It's a lot, you know.
Well, I didn't even
It's
know
day
that.
one.
Yeah.
Right?
Is that Pro Tem's job?
And that
Right.
week we have off, we're getting a whole new AV program. Yeah. Awesome. Hopefully it's a little less glitchy.
We started Zoom, we're Zoom the
Is that all new
recording.
TVs and?
No, just like, the Teams stuff. I
Okay.
don't know what we're going
Then I
to.
did Mike's
I-
wrong.
Yeah, but some of them electronic meeting.
I think we're
Got it.
good, but.
Could just be upgraded one of these, I don't know. We did an RFP, Stacy handled it.
What else? And then there, Silverthorne's replaced.
I think it's crazy, it's like how far we've come with technology, yet
Oh,
every meeting, you can't hear somebody, somebody can't hear, it's just, it's like a
sign
ghost.
past that, that'd be awesome. It's, feel free to read it at your leisure.
And I don't sign that one?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
Take care of everything.
you'll see. It's good.
Okay, we're back on.
We're back in regular session, thank you.
We have another new business item, right?
Yeah, it's our third new business item of the evening. It is reference to our settlement with FW Golden. And we've had this discussion in executive session, and I would ask anyone if we have any further clarity questions right now. No, with that, I'll open it up to public comment. Seeing no public comment in chambers. Any public comment online? No public comment online, no public comment in chambers. I'll bring it back to council for further discussion or perhaps a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the settlement agreement in the town of Frisco versus MW Golden Construction litigation, consideration and possible approval. Is that what I'm supposed to?
Yeah, that'll work. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve our third new business item of the evening. Please call the question.
Held,
Yes.
Skipjack Adrian,
Yes.
Hirsch,
Yes.
and Kim.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen is absent. Kibbe?
Yes.
Goldstein?
Yes.
Great. With that, thank you, Anna. And with that, we have no further business on the agenda for this evening. I would entertain a motion to, I'm at a loss of words.
Motion to adjourn,
Thank you.
please.
Motion to adjourn. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right,
Thanks,
good
everybody.
job, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice, Elizabeth.
Anna, when you're doing
I had no idea.
recording the
I
votes.
didn't know.
It's all good, yeah.
My job was.
In a different order each time, is that on
Well, that's what
purpose?
it's all about.
Yeah, typically